Chapter 3560. The Rain Clan was extremely powerful. They occupied 2-star realms. In the Rain Clan, the most famous geniuses were the princess and young master. The princess of the Rain Clan, Yushurtia, was incomparably beautiful and charming. Moreover, her bloodline was very special. It was the most famous 10,000 spirit bloodline in the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan's bloodline was originally very special. Water nourished all living things. Therefore, if one married a member of the Rain Clan and cultivated for a long time, it would have a great effect on one's strength. Therefore, in the Rain Clan, regardless of gender, they were very popular, especially the disciples of other large clans and sects. They wished they could marry a beauty or a genius of the Rain Clan. Yushurtia's 10,000 spirit bloodline was the most powerful one among them. Therefore, the number of people who pursued her could probably circle the planet 3 times. She also had a younger brother who was even more extraordinary. His name was Yuchinya. He was not old, but his strength was extremely strong. He was already a 3rd heavenly layer saint. The man roughly explained the situation of the Rain Clan. Hearing this, the people in the main hall were dumbfounded. Were the women of the Rain Clan so mysterious? When they married, they could actually improve themselves and even change their level of life and bloodline. No, wait until I reach the 2nd astral realm. I must find a way to marry a beauty of the Rain Clan. The effect of ordinary Rain Clan disciples would definitely be weak. Only extremely talented people would have a significant effect. For example, the legendary Yushurtia. If I could get her, many people laughed. Idiot. The man in the black robe who looked down on the main hall sneered. Others also said that such a person should not think about it. Unless one was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to get her. As expected, the man who introduced them laughed. You guys don't have any ideas about Yushurtia. The experts of the 2nd astral realm are all watching. You guys should cultivate for a few hundred years first. Many people were silent. However, there were also people who refuted. Were the people of the 2nd astral realm really so powerful? Yes, they were indeed very powerful. The 2nd astral realm was divided into 2 types of people. The first type was the native clans and sects of the 2nd astral realm. Think about it. They all have Saint Venerables and Saint Kings. Their inheritance and foundation is not something we can compare to. When these words were spoken, the others also agreed. After all, a small saint had appeared in their astral realm. Saint Venerables were more powerful than small saints, let alone Saint Kings. The second kind of people are geniuses who have stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky. They're rushing from the 1st star realm to the 2nd star realm, just like you. Although they might not be able to show their talents immediately, they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves in the 2nd astral realm as long as they had the strength and talent to do so. For example, there is a person that you are very familiar with. He has already made a name for himself in the 2nd astral realm. Is it someone from our 1st astral realm? Many people asked. That person smiled. That's right, that was indeed the case. Who was it? The crowd was puzzled. Yanantian? Linwoody? This was a person whose name resounded throughout the 1st star realm. However, when they thought about it, it was impossible. The 2 of them had probably never been to the 2nd astral realm. Who was that? They were extremely puzzled. Di-Ling, you should be familiar with this person. What? Di-Ling, everyone exclaimed. How could they not know this person? This was the 1st person on the Abyss rankings. Until now, he was still number 1. That's right, Linwoody was so powerful. Back then, he was only tied with him for 1st place. Moreover, Linwoody was a latecomer. This Di-Ling, who knew how many years he had cultivated earlier than him. Now that Linwoody was already so powerful, that Di-Ling was probably even more terrifying. Was he already so famous in the 2nd astral realm? That's right, Di-Ling was very famous. Previously, I told you about Yushurtia. You should all know about her, right? In the 2nd astral realm, It was rumored that among the younger generation, only Di Ling was worthy of Yu Shijie. Was he so powerful? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were extremely excited. They had to go to the second astral realm and make a name for themselves. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also surprised. Although he had never seen Di Ling before, he had always heard of his legend. Indeed, when he had just stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky, the other party had already resounded throughout the star realm. At that time, the other party was ranked number 1 on the Abyss rankings. It could be said that the top of his head surpassed everything. He and Yan Nantian only started to make a name for themselves later on. And at that time, it was likely that Di Ling had already left this place and went to the second astral realm. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that he would be able to meet this legendary Di Ling for a while in the second astral realm. Humph! What perfect match! It was just nonsense. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded. Who was it? Everyone cried out in surprise. Could it be that someone else knew the news? The man on the Milky Way also frowned. He also sneered. Who was there to refute? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Everyone in the second astral realm knew about this matter. No, my ass. Di Ling was powerful, but it was too early to say that he wanted to get Yu Shijie just based on this. Moreover, how much could the crew on the Milky Way know? These were just some of the most basic rumors. This time, everyone finally heard clearly where this voice came from. They turned their heads and saw a man in a black robe sitting there, looking at them with a cold and arrogant face. Hearing this, the man on the Milky Way was provoked. He snorted coldly. You dare to question my words? He stood up, his body emitting a powerful aura. However, the man in the black robe sneered. I advise you not to fight with me. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. There was a terrifying killing intent between heaven and earth that swept out. Moreover, the man on the Milky Way instantly retreated, his face pale. In that instant, he felt like he was about to die. The other party was very strong and could even kill him instantly. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. Instead, he muttered, "What bad luck." As he said that, he turned around and left as if he was running away. Hey, don't go. Tell me more about the second astral realm. The surrounding people shouted, but the other party seemed to be determined to leave. They had no choice. They sighed and looked to the other side. They discovered that, at some point, the man in the black robe had also disappeared. They were just getting excited from listening, but they didn't expect him to stop talking. That's right. Other than the Rain Clan and Di Ling, who else was so powerful? Forget it. Let's not talk about the second astral realm. Let's talk about our first astral realm. Everyone, let's talk about how many people from our first astral realm can make a name for themselves in the second astral realm this time. As soon as these words were said, everyone became interested. This was indeed something worth discussing. Chapter 3561. It's hard to say. It depends on one's luck. But I feel that there are a few people who can do it. For example, Lin Wuti. With his strength and talent, he would definitely be able to do well in the second astral realm. Perhaps, just like Di Ling, he would once again make a name for himself. The pitiful 6 sects were forced to seal their mountains for 500 years because they went against Lin Wuti. Otherwise, if the geniuses of the 6 sects went there, they would have a great chance of rising up. Yes, that was a place one had to pass through on the ancient path. It was a pity that they couldn't go there now. Speaking of Lin Wuti, they had to talk about the 6 sections. Everyone was talking about it. Lin Xian listened from the side, his eyes shining. At this moment, another voice snorted. What Lin Wuti? Bullsh*T. He had only used tricks and schemes. If it was a head-on battle, how could he win against the 6 sects? Not to mention the 6 sects. Any one of the elites from the 6 sects could kill him. F***CK, who is this? How dare he say such things? The surrounding people gasped. They didn't expect that someone would dare to slander Lin Wudy and speak up for the 6 sections. Did he want to die? Instantly, someone laughed coldly. Who was spouting nonsense there? Didn't he know that the 6 sects had sealed their mountains? That's right. If the 6 sects were so powerful, why would they be forced to seal their mountains? Speaking of which mountain did he come from? Don't tell me he didn't know about this. There were no more 6 sects now. Damn it, you're talking nonsense. A person roared and stood up abruptly. A powerful flame aura surged out of his body and engulfed the entire hall. Damn it, you dare to attack us? The others were also angry and turned their heads to look. They saw a pale man who looked like he was sick standing there. His eyes were burning, and the flames on his body kept jumping. He had a strong and terrifying aura. Those people also saw the pale man. Then they were puzzled. Who was this person? He looked unfamiliar. Immediately, someone sneered. Do you dare to say that we're wrong? Who in the younger generation can go against Lin Wudy? Lin Wudy was indeed strong, but he wasn't truly invincible. Moreover, he walked the path of the great emperor. It wasn't just the younger generation. He wanted to compete with everyone. Although he was strong now, it did not mean that he could survive forever. The pale-faced man's voice was ice-cold. It seemed that this person was not convinced by Lin Wudy. Everyone was talking about it, and even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had noticed this person before, and he felt that the other party's aura was extraordinary. He didn't expect the other party to say such words at this moment. After saying so much, how is your own strength? Come out and fight if you have the ability. The Crimson Dragon jumped out. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of Lin Xian behind his back. You? The pale-faced man stared at the Crimson Dragon and sneered. You're no match for me. Let him do it himself. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Wudy, you are already here. Are you proud to hear so many people talking about you? I will personally teach you how to take off your head later. I will show these people that the legendary invincible Lin is not that great after all. What? That person is Lin Wudy. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all turned to look at Lin Xian. There were legends about Lin Xian in all the worlds, but not everyone had seen him before. Hence, everyone was shocked when they heard the news. Lin Wudy was on the same boat as them, and he was sitting right beside them. That was too shocking, wasn't it? That's right. I am the invincible Lin you were talking about. Lin Xian stood up and looked at the other party. Are you sure you want to fight me? That's right. Not only am I going to fight you, but I will also kill you personally. Today is the day you die. Terrifying flames appeared on the pale-faced man's body, and they shot up into the sky. The entire space was completely distorted. Everyone felt the destructive power, and they frantically retreated. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura. What was up with this person's power? They were really shocked. This person looked very young, but the Tao of heaven and earth was unparalleled. It was beyond their knowledge. Could it be that he was a level 3 sage? They sucked in a breath of cold air. Was there a young person in the first astral realm who had reached level 3? That was unbelievable. One had to know that there had been level 3 sages in the past, such as Lei Qianzhong, but that was someone from the second astral realm, or even the celestial city. Now, there was a level 3 sage on the Milky Way, and he wanted to kill Lin Wudy. Lin Xian also frowned. What a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth. Why did the aura of the flames feel so familiar? But at that moment, he really couldn't remember who it was. But he still said, Since you want to fight, let's fight. Golden light appeared on his body, and the 9-yang divine body bloomed, making him look like a god of war. Buzz! The pale-faced man didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and endless flames condensed into a vermilion bird, which quickly flew over and engulfed the entire world. Everyone retreated in fear. The sages were all pushed far away, and their faces were filled with fear. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Vermilion bird, divine fist. You're from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He finally understood what that familiar aura was. It was the aura of the vermilion bird's flames. Buzz! He quickly dodged, and at the same time he raised his hand and slapped out a blue stone tablet. It was completely formed by waves, and it directly suppressed the vermilion bird. Boom, boom, boom. The two roared, and the sky and earth cracked. The vermilion bird roared at the sky, and the blue stone tablet was sent flying. Then it looked down at Lin Xian from above. Lin Woody, you're just S.O. Today you'll die. How terrifying. He could actually break Lin Woody's attack. The people in the distance were shocked. Even the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon were shocked. Who was this person? Kid, do you have a clue? Lin Xian shook his head. The Vermilion Bird Palace's people were very strong, and their Tao was terrifying. He didn't seem like the younger generation. The most powerful person in the younger generation was Yan Nantian, but he was already killed. There was also the Vermilion Bird, Holy Sun, who was not enough. But now the young man in front of him had obviously surpassed the Vermilion Bird, Holy Sun, and even Yan Nantian. Not to mention that even Lei Qianzhong probably couldn't compare to this person in front of him. Did the Vermilion Bird Palace really have such a powerful younger generation? If they did, how could they have fallen to such a state? Kid, don't think about it. You'll never guess who I am. Just obediently accept your death. As he spoke, the flames on that person's body were incomparable. They turned into 4 vermilion bird phantoms and circled again. The 4 vermilion birds stood in 4 different directions and locked down the space around Lin Xian, sealing the space around him. Vermilion Bird Divine Formation. Burn for me. Chapter 3562. This was a terrifying ability that could burn everything in the world. A level 3 cultivator would definitely die inside, and it could even threaten a level 4 cultivator. Boom! Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, Sword Qi surged, and the Great Destruction Spear danced, breaking through the void. However, the 4 vermilion bird phantoms locked onto him, as if they really wanted to burn him to ashes. Terrifying flames wrapped around his divine body, and for a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian pushed his power, striking out with the 5 elements law. The terrifying sword of law, together with the Great Destruction Spear, broke the 4 vermilion birds. Lin Xian charged out, extremely powerful. At this moment, the entire hall had collapsed, and the surrounding people had all left. Who dared to make a move on the Milky Way? On the Milky Way ship, the law enforcement team quickly flew over. They came with a powerful array to suppress the situation. Although the Milky Way ship was huge, it couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the Saints, so fighting was not allowed on the ship. Now that someone dared to break their rules, they would not hesitate to kill him. I didn't want to make a move, but someone wants my life. Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly. On the other side, the pale-faced man sneered. 2 balls of flames appeared in his eyes. Then, 81 balls of flames appeared. They twisted in the air, forming an array that directly wrapped him and Lin Xian. The next moment, the void was torn apart. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what happened? The Crimson Dragon roared, and the Northern Devil's face was cold as he stared at the people on the Milky Way ship. The law enforcement team frowned and snorted coldly. It wasn't us, it was that pale-faced man. That should be a teleportation array. They had probably left the Milky Way ship. What? They left the Milky Way ship. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Devil's faces became incomparably ugly, and the surrounding people were also shocked. They looked around, and sure enough, someone exclaimed, "Look outside." These saints' eyes flashed across the sky like lightning, and they saw that outside the Milky Way ship, in the chaotic star sea, there were 2 more figures. It was Lin Xian and the pale-faced man. At this moment, the 2 of them were already fighting, and monstrous waves were stirred up in all directions. Damn it, stop! The Crimson Dragon roared. The people on the Milky Way said coldly. Stop the ship? What a joke. That was impossible. Since that kid had already left, there was no possibility of him coming back. The two of you should accept your fate. Don't look for trouble. Otherwise, we will directly teleport you out. Damn it. Ben Huang will fight it out with you. The Crimson Dragon roared and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by the North Demon. Don't get too excited. Believe in Lin Xian. He will definitely be fine. We will wait for him here. He would definitely come back. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon gradually calmed down. He began to arrange an array formation, ready to help Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian was wrapped in 81 flames and was brought out of the Milky Way to the outside of the scattered star sea. Damn it, how dare you bring me out? Don't you want to go to the Earth 2-star realm? Ling Xian asked coldly. The pale-faced man laughed wildly. The 2nd-star realm? I have no interest in that. My target has always been you. The reason I boarded the Milky Way was to kill you. Damn kid! How dare you make me lose so many disciples? I will definitely not let you go. As his voice fell, the pale-faced man's aura erupted again, and he directly reached the 4th heaven, the Sage Realm. Terrifying fire laws swept through the world, and the sea in the scattered star sea turned into a sea of fire. 4th heaven, who exactly are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, I will let you die with a clear understanding. The pale-faced young man shouted coldly, and his face began to change. He gradually grew older, and finally turned into the face of a middle-aged man. When he saw this face, Lin Xian was stunned. This face was very familiar to him. It's you, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He really did not expect that the other party was the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. But this was impossible. Wasn't he killed in Vermilion Saint Town? How could he still be alive? He did not doubt the power of the Saint Slayer Palace. After that battle, he was sure that no one survived. At this time, Black Mountain said telepathically, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master should have cultivated the Vermilion Bird super technique. The Vermilion Bird and the Phoenix are related, so they should have some rebirth techniques. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace must have used this kind of rebirth technique to survive and preserve his life. If I remember correctly, he should have been a 5th heaven sage. Now that he has been reborn, his cultivation has dropped by 2 heavens. Now that he is at the 4th heaven, he should have activated a secret technique and cannot maintain it for long. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood, and then he laughed coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a rebirth technique. If you had obediently returned, you might have been able to keep your life. But you don't know what's good for you, and you dare to kill me? You actually know. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was stunned. He did know a rebirth technique. That day, he was killed by the Saint Slayer formation. Before he died, he activated a secret technique and turned into a Vermilion Birdstone. In the end, he survived. Later, he broke out of the Vermilion Birdstone, and his cultivation dropped by 2 heavens. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to recover without 1 or 2,000 years. This price could be said to be very painful. But in order to kill the other party, he could not care less. Now that he had used a secret technique to raise his cultivation to the 4th heaven, he did not believe that the other party could still survive. Brat, without that formation, let's see what you have to fight me. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master waved his hand, and 9 Vermilion Bird divine feathers appeared in the air. Each one was like a peerless divine sword, emitting a terrifying light. If you had continued to hide your identity, I might have let you live a little longer. But now that your identity has been exposed, there is no need for me to let you live. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep you alive. I'll kill you today. Lin Xian did not waste any time and took out the Great Sage Tower. He did not want to waste time with the other party, because he still had to return to the Milky Way. The longer he delayed, the more danger he would be in. After all, a few days ago he had seen the apocalyptic octopus appear nearby. If he encountered such an existence, there was no way he could escape. So after taking out the Great Sage Tower, he opened it, and the astral fire inside was activated. Do you really think that I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? Damn it! How could you still have that kind of flame? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master's expression changed instantly. The smugness and arrogance from before were completely gone, replaced by fear. How could he forget that flame? Previously, it was this flame that was used in conjunction with a peerless formation to completely destroy the 6 major sections. But at that time, he guessed that the other party would not have that kind of flame anymore. He did not expect that the other party would still have some in his hands. Chapter 3563. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very decisive. He controlled the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers and quickly escaped. Previously, his confidence in himself was based on his absolute cultivation and strength, but Lin Xian's trump card was beyond his expectations. He didn't dare to fight against him. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a monstrous starry flame flew out. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. The 9 vermilion bird divine feathers formed a sword formation to block, while his main body fled crazily. Boom! Lin Xian used the Kuan Peng movement technique and quickly chased after the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He attacked again, and the starry flame wrapped around the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. Damn it, get lost! The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. He stretched out his palms, and 2 vermilion birds roared. But they were still burned. He was burned miserably by the starry flame. Damn, brat, if you have the ability, don't use flames. Fight me one-on-one. He screamed crazily. Are you out of your mind? Why are you saying such things? Lin Xian sneered. The other party had lived for nearly 3,000 years. How could he fight a person who was not even 100 years old? What a joke! He wasn't that stupid. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master couldn't resist at all and was completely burned to ashes by the starry flame. This time, Lin Xian attacked again with a dragon-shaped sword Qi, and the Vermilion Bird Palace Master's ashes were cut into pieces, making it impossible for him to be reborn. After killing the Vermilion Bird Princess, Lin Xian returned and sealed the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers. Then he turned into a light sword and quickly shuttled through the chaotic star sea. He had to return to the Milky Way as soon as possible. The Milky Way, those people had already dispersed. They knew that even Lin Wuti wouldn't be able to survive after falling into the chaotic star sea. Many people sighed. Was Lin Wuti going to die like this? It was really surprising. The North Demon and Crimson Dragon were extremely anxious. Time passed slowly, and the Milky Way's speed was extremely fast. They were indeed not confident. But at this moment, they suddenly saw a stream of light flying over from afar. It's here, it's finally here. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed. The Northern Goblin also heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone else also looked over. Heavens, he was actually still alive. How could he? Everyone was surprised. Had Lin Wuti already defeated his opponent? That was a saint of the 4th heaven. Not necessarily. It was possible that Lin Wuti had escaped. It was rumored that his movement technique was very powerful. Perhaps he could escape from the chaotic star sea. Only then could everyone accept this explanation. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying for a 1st celestial layer to kill a 4th celestial layer sage so easily in such a short time. They simply could not accept it. Damn it! Hurry up and activate the formation. The North Demon roared because Lin Xian had already arrived beside the Milky Way. However, the Milky Way did not seem to have activated its array formation. The Crimson Dragon roared. Damn it! Where is the law enforcement team? Don't play dead. A law enforcement team rushed over. Looking at the surrounding scene, their expressions were cold. They couldn't activate the formation for you. We're about to reach the death fog area. We can't take that risk. What? Fog of death? Everyone was shocked. It was rumored that even small saints couldn't survive in that area. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with fear. At the same time, they looked at Lin Wudi, who was outside the formation. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't escape from the death fog area. If he couldn't board the ship now, he would probably die. Damn it! Since you know that it's the death fog in front, hurry up and activate the formation. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily. They were angry. That was the extremely terrifying death fog area in the legends. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, they weren't confident in their hearts. Therefore, the two of them wanted to fight. The law enforcement team snorted coldly. Hee, how dare you fight with us? Believe it or not, we'll chase you two out too. Many experts and saints appeared around them. Each of them looked like they were facing a great enemy. Outside, Lin Xian saw the scene. Although he didn't know what the other party was talking about, he knew that there should be a conflict. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to activate the formation. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He directly shot out a starry sky flame, burning a hole in the formation in front of him. With a swoosh, he rushed in through the crack. Boom! The entire Milky Way let out a sharp roar. Everyone was alarmed. What happened? They were terrified. As for the law enforcement team, their faces changed drastically. Not good, the formation was broken. Their eyes were like rainbows as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian, who was outside the formation, had already entered, and there was a huge crack in the formation. Damn it, he actually broke the formation. How is this possible? These people were angry, but then they became terrified. Their formation was so powerful, but the other party could actually break it in an instant. What kind of method is that? They didn't know. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian had already arrived nearby. Kid, you're back. That's great. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They came at the right time. After a while, I heard that the death mist will appear. We wanted to fight them to the death just now. Death fog! Lin Xian was stunned. Then his face darkened. That was really close. He was almost killed by the other party. He said it, but you still didn't repair it. Do you want everyone to be buried in the death fog? The law enforcement team's faces changed drastically. At the same time, the elders and formation masters on the Milky Way came out and began to repair the formation. Fortunately, it was only a crack, and the loss wasn't great. Moreover, the formation that defended against the death fog wasn't the one that Lin Xian destroyed, so there was no need to worry too much. Soon, the formation was repaired, and the seawater that poured in was all disposed of. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the law enforcement team surrounded Lin Xian. Damn it, you actually dared to destroy our formation. Do you really think we won't dare to punish you? Sorry, the situation is urgent. I heard that the death fog is in front, so I have to keep it a secret. So I use some tricks. I can pay the boarding fee again. Of course, if you insist on killing me. I'm afraid I won't let you kill me so easily. Since I can destroy your formation once, I can destroy it a second time. By then, the Milky Way's formation will be completely destroyed, and it will be impossible to pass through the death fog. How dare you threaten us? The law enforcement team roared angrily. All right, this matter ends here. If you pay another 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals, this matter will be forgotten. However, if you dare to break the rules of the Milky Way next time, we will immediately expel you. The higher-ups of the Milky Way gave the order. The law enforcement team was unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Next, the storm finally subsided. Everyone was shocked by Lin Wudi's strength. He didn't even put the Milky Way in his eyes. He was really arrogant. Of course, they all knew that Lin Xian should have the capital to be arrogant. Otherwise, the Milky Way wouldn't compromise. Chapter 3564. Soon, everyone's gazes and thoughts were diverted by other things. That was the fog of death. They finally saw the legendary Forbidden Land of Death. Outside the surrounding array formation, there was another layer of hazy aura. That was the strongest defense formed by the wonton clay combined with the array formation, the fog of death. From this moment on, a trace of gray fog had appeared around them. The further they went, the thicker the gray fog. In the end, they could not see anything clearly. Everyone knew that this was the fog of death. Once they left the island, even a small saint would die instantly outside. There was nothing to see in the fog of death. Although they were separated by the array formation, everyone could feel the cold aura. The entire Milky Way seemed to have become silent. Everyone stopped making noise and stopped comprehending. They returned to their respective pavilions and waited silently. They waited for the Milky Way to leave the fog of death. However, the good times did not last long. 10 days later, the Milky Way suddenly shook violently. It was as if the ship was about to capsize. This scene frightened everyone, and they all walked out of the palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that they were attacked again? Could it be that a world-destroying monster was attacking them again? Some people guessed that because they had encountered the world-destroying octopus before, perhaps this time was similar. Impossible. They had already entered the fog of death. What kind of monster could travel through the fog of death? If there was such an existence, they would die without a doubt. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were very frightened. Even the elders on the Milky Way were stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They controlled the array formation and looked in all directions. Suddenly, there was another violent tremor. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Milky Way was almost overturned by someone. Boundless waves swept across, and the surrounding fog of death danced. This time, everyone could finally see it clearly. A beam of light that reached the heavens fiercely slammed into their array formation. Attack! Someone was definitely attacking them. As for whether it was a human or a monster, they did not know. It's over. Damn it, how could this be? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian and the others also came out. Looking at the scene around them, their faces were incomparably solemn. On the other side, Yu Shijie and the others also had serious expressions. How could they encounter such a thing again? This trip was really not going well. First, it was the apocalyptic octopus. Now it was this kind of attack. He really didn't know if he could reach there safely. Haha, Yu Shijie, do you think you can return safely? What a joke. A cold voice sounded in the surroundings. Yu Shijie's expression changed. The guards around her looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Who was it? Come out. Oh no, it's targeting them. Yu Shijie's face was extremely pale. Damn it, was it the person who was tracking him? The other party was right beside them, but they couldn't find him at all. For a moment, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, the old saint of the third heaven roared, "Hurry up and contact the Milky Way so that they can leave as soon as possible." Soon, they contacted the elders of the Milky Way and asked them to speed up. However, the Milky Way's elder's expression was extremely ugly. He said, "Fairy Rain, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we can't move forward at all." He couldn't move forward. What was going on? Everyone look. The elder controlled the array formation and pointed. In front of them, in the fog of death, there were two huge black shadows. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were actually two islands. The two huge islands were like them. They were surrounded by arrays and emitted a terrifying light. Fog ship, it was actually a fog ship and there were two of them. Yu Shijie and the others were extremely shocked. These two fog ships directly blocked their way. Damn it, which world's fog ship was this? Why were they blocking their way? The people of the Milky Way roared crazily. They could only turn around now. As they spoke, they began to control the Milky Way. The huge island slowly rotated and turned around. However, at this moment, a few more hums sounded, causing them to shake nonstop. Immediately after, a few more fog ships appeared around them. completely surrounding them. Outside, Lin Xian and the others stood on the island and saw the surrounding scene. When they saw that there were many similar fog ships around them, they were completely stunned. What was going on? They were being besieged. Impossible! Who would dare to attack the Milky Way? Behind the Milky Way was a sect from the second astral realm. Were they trying to become enemies with the second astral realm? Yes, the Milky Way had joined the Fog Alliance. All fog ships had to abide by the rules and help each other. Once they encountered an enemy, they would immediately join forces. Who would dare to go against such an alliance? Everyone screamed crazily. Basically, no one dared to attack the fog ships. But now they were actually being stopped. Look, what was that symbol? Someone exclaimed. They saw that the fog ships around them were getting closer and closer. Finally, they could see the scene on the other side clearly. The most eye-catching thing was that on the other side's island there was a black flag. It was black and looked like a pagoda. And on that flag there was a picture of a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. That was the people of the demon planet. The people on the Milky Way screamed. It was actually the demon planet. Demon planet. Yu Shirchia and the others were also shocked. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. The surrounding people were puzzled. What kind of force was this demon planet? Could it make the Milky Way so afraid? The demon planet was also a world of stars, but it was a very special world. Originally, the demon planet was a place of exile. Some martial artists who were expelled from their sects and families were exiled to the demon planet. But gradually it became a place where all kinds of bandits, killing gods, ruthless people, and strong people gathered. Those notorious characters would all live here, and they had joined hands to create a fiend star. It was a world of evil. Inside, all kinds of killing and darkness coexisted. Ordinary people probably couldn't even survive a day there. Moreover, the demon planet often robbed other fog ships in the chaotic star ocean. I didn't expect to encounter it this time. What? It was actually such a thing. After everyone heard that, they understood. Robbery, wasn't this a bandit? It was just that they had never encountered such a powerful bandit before. It's over. What should we do? Run away. The people on the island discussed spiritedly. Run my ass. Can you block the fog of death after you go out? But if we don't run away, what can we do? We can't beat these demons. There were whales. Boy, what should we do? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian also frowned. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They would wait and see the reaction of the Milky Way first. The three of them temporarily settled down and looked around cautiously. At the same time, a loud voice came from the fog of death in the distance. Chapter 3565. People on the Milky Way, listen up. Give up resistance and let us go up. We might be able to give you a chance to live. If you dare to resist, we will kill you without mercy. We will sink you completely and let you all die in the fog of death. Damn it, this was really a group of demons. The people on the island felt their scalps go numb. The elders and law enforcement team of the Milky Way also rushed out crazily. They looked at the fog ships around them and roared crazily. Damn it! How dare you attack the Milky Way? Do you know the power behind the Milky Way? So what? To be honest, we didn't want to attack you. It was too troublesome. Unfortunately, the Milky Way was unlucky. It was carrying the person we wanted. Now, obediently hand over that person. Perhaps there is still room for negotiation if you hand her over. The person we wanted. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Could it be that the people from the Fiend Planet were here to capture a person? Who was it? Who could make the Fiend Planet mobilize so many people? You, Shirchia, come out obediently and surrender, or continue to hide in the Milky Way and let these people die with you. A cold voice came and resounded in all directions. When the people around heard this, they were stunned. What? You, Shirchia? They sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't know who Yu Shirchia was before, but at the banquet last time, someone had personally explained some things to them about the second astral realm. Yu Shirchia was a little princess of the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan was a big family in the second astral realm. It could be said that Yushurchia's status far exceeded theirs. Was such a prodigy really on the Milky Way? Was she with them? But how come they didn't know this at all? Who was Yushurchia? Was she really here with them? Could the people from the Fiend planet have made a mistake? All kinds of rumors spread. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Yushurchia? Rain Fairy? In an instant, he thought of the masked woman. He had felt that the masked woman's identity was not ordinary. He could immediately confirm that Rain Fairy should be Yushurchia. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that the other party was indeed being targeted. The necklace that possessed the tracking technique was probably set up by the people of the malevolent planet. Sure enough, after the people on Yushurchia's side heard this, their expressions became ugly to the extreme. Sis, what should we do? Everyone looked at Yushurchia. Even the people on the Milky Way did not know what to do. Yushurchia's expression was extremely ugly. She looked at the people on the Milky Way and said in a low voice, was there a possibility of breaking through? She understood the fiend star very well. It was really a group of fiends, so she must not fall into the hands of those people. Otherwise, his fate would be worse than death. All right, let's try to break through. The elder of the Milky Way took a deep breath and controlled the array formation. On the Milky Way, an incomparable light bloomed and turned into a stream of light, wanting to break out of the siege. The people from the Fiend planet sneered. You still want to break through? Acting recklessly, the surrounding islands emitted a terrifying light, forming pillars of light that directly bombarded the Milky Way. The Milky Way trembled violently. The array formation was directly torn apart. Countless cracks even appeared on the ground of the island. On the island, everyone was in a mess. They all opened their sacred realms, their faces full of fear. The array formation was broken. In an instant, they felt a cold aura coming from the surroundings. It was the aura of the fog of death. They were so scared that they all huddled together, not daring to move at all. If they fell into the chaotic star sea outside, they would definitely be instantly killed by the fog of death. Not good. The elders of the Milky Way also had extremely ugly expressions. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. In an instant, their array formation had been destroyed by others. There was no other way. The difference was too great. The other party had at least 5 fog ships, and they only had 1 ship. How could they fight? Fairy you, we've tried our best. You'd better hurry up and escape. There's some chaos soil here. Yushurchia took the wonton soil to make the battle armor. Then she took a deep breath. Let's go. They walked out. At the same time, figures appeared on the surrounding fog ships. Their bodies were flickering with light. They were connected to the array formation. At this moment, they had passed through the crack and arrived on the Milky Way. They were like gods and demons looking down below. Everyone, listen up. Don't move or resist. Otherwise, we'll completely sink you and let you die in the fog of death. If you cooperate obediently, we might give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the saints who had wanted to resist all fell silent. They did not want to die. Therefore, everyone stayed where they were and did not move. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the Milky Way. It was Yushurchia. Humph, you're finally out. The surrounding experts on the Fiend planet looked ahead and sneered. The others also turned their heads, wanting to see who the legendary Yushurchia was. Lin Xian and the others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they closed their eyes. Sure enough, their guess was right. It was the masked woman and her group. The masked woman and the others stood in the void and said coldly, Fiend planet, you dare to capture me? Aren't you afraid of the Rain Clan's revenge? Besides, I don't have any grudges with the Fiend planet. Grudges? We don't have any. But who told you to have a special bloodline? Our fiend child has taken a fancy to you. So obediently come back with us and enjoy glory and wealth from now on. The others would also be able to live. If you dare resist, I can guarantee that you will die miserably. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape. Damn it. Yu Shiqia's face was gloomy. As expected, these people were after her bloodline power. The surrounding guardians also had grave expressions on their faces. Sis, let's prepare to break through the encirclement. They knew that they could not fall into the hands of these demons. Otherwise, they would never be able to see the light of day. Therefore, in the next moment, these people let out low cries and rushed into the sky. They ran away. How is that possible? How could Yu Shiqia and the others escape? The surrounding people were stunned. Without the protection of the array, how could these people block the fog of death? However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they discovered that Yu Shiqia and the others did not die. Instead, they had entered the fog of death and disappeared. What was going on? These people were stunned. Didn't they say that the fog of death was very terrifying? Humph. The people on the fiend planet sneered. Battle armor formed by the chaotic earth. No wonder they dared to escape. However, could they escape? Chase them. These people quickly rose into the sky. Their bodies were wrapped in arrays, and they quickly chased after them. At the same time, 2 fog ships left to chase after them. Chapter 3566. Armor formed from the Chaos Earth. Everyone was shocked. It was the aura of the Chaos Earth. Rumor had it that these formations were formed by combining the Chaos Earth, which was why they could block the death fog. Of course, the armor formed from the Chaos Earth could also block it. The fact that Yu Shiqia had such a treasure made many people's eyes turn red. The other party could escape, but they could not. For a moment, these people turned to look at the people from the fiend planet. Yu Shiqia has already left. Please let us go. That's right. We have no grudges. Yes, we still have to go to the second astral realm. Please let us go. Voices rang out one after another. These saints and prodigies did not want to be captured. They just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Moreover, the people who the fiend planet wanted to capture had already left. They should not make things difficult for them. However, the people from the fiend planet in the sky laughed loudly. What a joke! Are these people from the first astral realm? They're pitifully naive. It's true that we have no grudges, but who said that we need a reason to attack you? Because you're weak, you deserve to die. Can't you do that? The people on the island were stunned. Because you're weak, you deserve to die. To be honest, they had never thought that such a thing would happen. Of course, that was not rare. It was just that in the first astral realm, there were high and mighty existences. They could decide the life and death of others with a single glance. Now that they were here, they had become ants. Others could decide their life and death with a single glance. It was the first time they had experienced such a feeling. Therefore, for a moment, these people were stunned. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a few young masters could not hold back. They were also geniuses of large families. They had come to the second astral realm to improve their strength. How could they be manipulated by others? Immediately, the terrifying laws of heaven and earth surrounded their bodies. Do you want to die? At that moment, another person walked out of the island. It was a black-robed man. When he took a step forward, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A group of black demons rushed out of his body, releasing a terrifying light. A large black hand reached out and shrouded the world. It directly slapped the resisting young masters into a bloody mist. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. The young masters roared angrily and shattered their souls to escape, but they were caught by the large black hand. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Who was this person? His strength was too strong. No matter what, those young masters were saints of the first heaven. But at this moment, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. Was this the strength of the fiend star? He was really too strong, so strong that they were terrified and in despair. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. It was him. He could tell that he had seen that person before. Previously, at the banquet, he had seen two extremely mysterious people. One of them was a pale-faced man who was later confirmed to be the Vermilion Bird Palace master who had been revived. The other person was this black-robed man. At that time, he had felt that the other person's aura was very powerful. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. This person should be from the demon planet as well. He should be the person who was following you, Shirchia. Lin Xian thought. Merciless tyrant sneered. There is only one outcome for anyone who dares to oppose our fiend planet. Death. Who else wants to die? Step forward. Seeing how powerful this black-robed man was, the others all felt their scalps go numb. Right now, their lives were truly in the hands of the fiend star. What do you want? The elders on the Milky Way also gritted their teeth and roared. It's very simple. This island belongs to the fiend star. All of you will obediently follow us back to the fiend star. We can spare your lives. Everyone went crazy and followed the other party back to the fiend star. Wouldn't they become the other party's slaves? Just as everyone was in a daze, the elders on the Milky Way roared, "Run!" They also soared into the sky. The elders on the Milky Way all fled. The people on the fiend star sent people to chase after them. Merciless tyrant said coldly, "Take over the island and the people on it. Take all their things. They are all our spoils of war. Whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. If they dare to join forces to resist, we will destroy the island and let them all die in the fog of death. I'll chase after you, Shirchia." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and left. Everyone went crazy. Yu Shirchia had left, and the people on the Milky Way had also left. Only they were left. How could they escape? They didn't have the chaotic soil, so they couldn't leave. I submit. Please spare my life. Some people didn't have such a strong backbone and immediately surrendered to the fiend star. This seemed to be contagious. After the first person surrendered, more people quickly fled. Not a single one of the 3 million elites dared to resist. Very well. Hand over your storage rings obediently and tie them. We won't kill you. People of the fiend planet, step out. Yi Zichen nodded. Everyone had no choice. In order to save their lives, they could only do as they were told. In the crowd, Lin Xian frowned. The Northern Devil and the Crimson Dragon's expressions also became incomparably ugly. Kid, what should we do? Are we really going to become their slaves? How could we become their slaves? There was no way Lin Xian would surrender. Although we don't have the chaotic soil, we still have some trump cards in our hands. We might be able to resist them. Hearing that, the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Devil also nodded. However, they were not careless at all. Whether or not this trump card could block the death mist was another matter altogether. However, they knew what they had to do. In particular, Lin Xian had too many secrets on him. If he was captured by the people of the Fiend Star, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive. He would probably be sliced into pieces, so he had to leave. You want to escape? How dare you send a voice transmission? Can you escape? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from behind them. Not good. The voice transmission was heard. How was that possible? Lin Xian and the other two's pupils constricted. Such a situation had never happened before. However, they didn't expect the people of the Fiend Star to have such powerful souls. It was unbelievable that they could directly receive their voice transmission. Let's go. They rushed into the sky and turned into 3 streaks of light. You want to leave? Can you leave? An old man sneered. He was holding a black bug in his hand. The black bug was very strange. It had a long ear on its back. It was this bug that had heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. It should be a mutated creature that specialized in eavesdropping on soul voice transmissions. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, the people of the Fiend Star attacked. One of the sages took out a large black net that carried a cold aura. It enveloped the sky and earth. Chapter 3567. Not good. In an instant, Lin Xian and the other 2 were enveloped. Don't hold back." Lin Xian roared as sword qi erupted from his body. He charged into the clouds and hit the black net. The sword qi trembled, and the black net trembled under the onslaught of Zhang Xian's attacks. However, it remained intact. How is that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. The Northern Demon and the Crimson Dragon were also stunned. They also launched shocking attacks, but they did not tear the net apart. "Catch him!" Those people rushed over. Lin Xian roared, "Ruzalong, come over here." As he spoke, he took out the Grand Sage Pagoda, and a wisp of astral fire appeared. The astral fire flowed out, and a crack immediately appeared on the black net. Lin Xian rushed out. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon followed closely behind. However, in the next moment, they were hit by a golden bracelet, and the two of them fell from the sky. "It's the universe bracelet." "Not good, kid, run." "This should be a sacred artifact replica. It's very terrifying. Don't get hit by it." Black Mountain quickly transmitted his voice. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon also roared, "Kid, run. Run." "Yes, we're not ordinary either. They won't kill us. When the time comes, go to the Fiend Planet to find us." "Okay, you two must protect yourselves. I'll go find you." Lin Xian also let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He knew that he could not delay any longer, or he would not be able to leave. Moreover, he believed that with the bloodline talent of the Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon, they would be valued even if they went to the Fiend Planet. He thought that his life would not be in danger. He turned into a ray of light and charged into the distance. "You want to leave?" The middle-aged man sneered and threw out the diamond bracelet again. It was a bracelet that shone with golden light. It was covered with runes. It was a very terrifying sacred artifact. According to Black Mountain, it was a replica. The real diamond bracelet was rumored to be able to knock out everything. Its effect was similar to the white monkey's claws. The diamond bracelet quickly charged toward Lin Xian. It arrived in front of him in an instant and was about to hit him. Boom! Lin Xian roared and swung the Annihilation Spear. With a clank, it struck the diamond bracelet and sent it flying. At the same time, he used the Kuan Peng movement technique and tore open the void. Did he escape? The middle-aged man put away the golden bracelet. His face was full of surprise. There was actually someone who could block his attack. This kid was not simple, but it didn't take long for him to laugh coldly. So what if he's formidable? This fellow is only a person who boarded the ship, so he probably doesn't have any chaotic soil on him. There's no need to pursue him at all. Once he entered the fog of death, he would definitely die. The other people on the Fiend Planet also sneered. Indeed, no matter how powerful that kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape the death fog. Therefore, they all turned their gazes away and ignored him. The others were shocked. Lin Wudy had escaped. However, could Lin Wudy escape the death mist? Could it be that a prodigy of a generation was going to fall just like that? They shook their heads and sighed. Soon, they were no longer in the mood to care about Lin Wudy. They couldn't even save themselves now. Lin Xian left the Milky Way, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance in an instant. However, as soon as he came out, he felt a cold aura that seemed to want to devour him. He felt that his vitality was about to be sucked away. Oh no, this is the death mist. He was so frightened that he hurriedly used his divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed, and he was like a golden god of war. However, the result didn't change at all. He realized that his vitality was still flowing away. If there was no other way, he would soon become a pile of bones and completely rot. Is this the death mist? It's too terrifying. Even my divine body can't resist it? No wonder no one dares to trespass here unless they have chaotic soil. However, Lin Xian really didn't have that. He snorted coldly, and the dragon sword soul in his body roared. Countless dragon-shaped sword qi surged out, forming a sword domain that enveloped him. The dragon sword soul could destroy everything, so it should be able to destroy this death mist. Sure enough, his guess was right. He could feel that the life force in his body was slowly weakening. Soon it stopped. The great dragon sword Spirit blocked the death fog, but soon he began to worry. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, there was too much death mist. Moreover, he had to use the dragon's sword soul with all his strength to resist it. In this way, his flying speed was very slow. Who knew how big the death mist was? If he flew for a year and a half, he would be exhausted to death. Once his strength was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Moreover, there were pursuers behind him. Thinking of this, he was bewildered. He turned his head and found that no one was chasing after him. What's going on? Aren't the people from the fiend planet chasing after me? On second thought, he understood. These people probably thought that he couldn't survive in the death mist. Therefore, they didn't even bother to chase after him. Thinking about it, even the 9-yang divine body couldn't resist it. If it weren't for the dragon sword soul, he would have really died in the death mist. However, this time the people from the fiend planet miscalculated. He could still survive. He took a deep breath and asked, "Black Mountain, do you have a way?" Black Mountain said, "The death mist is very powerful, but the dragon sword soul is even more mysterious. If you're strong, like a great sage like me, you shouldn't be afraid of the death mist. Of course, even if you're a saint, you can enter and exit the death mist at will with the help of the dragon sword soul. But now, you're just a first heaven saint. You're too weak." Lin Xian's face darkened. "I didn't call you here for you to lecture me. Do you have a way or not?" He said, "There is a way. You can only use the great sage tower. But a great sage's sacred weapon should be able to resist the death mist." Buzz! Lin Xian took out the great sage tower and directly entered it. Then he controlled the great sage tower and turned into a stream of light to leave. Black Mountain was right. The great sage tower could indeed resist the death mist. The great sage tower was left behind by the great sage of time and space. It was a great sage artifact that surpassed ordinary sacred weapons. It was not surprising that it could resist the death mist. There were probably not many great sage artifacts in the world. So, Lin Xian having a great sage artifact was unheard of. However, Lin Xian did not have it easy. Since the great sage tower was a great sage artifact, it consumed a lot of energy to activate it. Even though Lin Xian was a peerless genius, it was not easy to control the great sage tower. He had to fly for a while before stopping. The most important thing was that he didn't know the direction. He could only choose a direction and fly. Now he only had one thought, and that was to see if he could meet other death mist ships. Then he would follow them from afar. The following days were more difficult. Lin Xian controlled the great sage tower while enduring the burning of the starry sky flames. After all, the great sage tower contained a lot of starry sky flames. Although he had used most of them, there was still some left to temper the black earth. There was still some left. Although he had pulled away from the starry sky flames, the scorching heat still made him grimace. He knew that this was also a kind of cultivation. Indeed, his physique had strengthened during this period of time. But this pain was not something that anyone could endure. Damn it, he did not expect something like this to happen. Chapter 3568. Lin Xian did not expect that Yu Shijie would cause such a commotion. Not only was he forced to leave the Milky Way, but he was also separated from the Crimson Dragon and the North Demon. He could not find the way to the Emperor to Astral Realm. Hopefully, the Rusalong North Demon was fine. Lin Xian sighed and continued flying. The days were very boring, but a month later, he was suddenly stunned. Black Mountain said, "Kid, there's a star ahead. Do you want to go take a look?" There was a star world in the fog of death. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Impossible. How could this place be so terrifying that even a minor saint could not survive? Could it be that a group of sage kings lived there? It's not as exaggerated as you think. If there was a sage king in a world, the other worlds would not be able to survive. Black Mountain shook his head. That was a dead world. There was no life. Do you want to go and rest? All right. Lin Xian changed direction and flew towards the star world. At the same time, he asked, "What's up with this fog of death? Do you know?" Black Mountain was a great saint before, and a great saint from tens of thousands of years ago. Perhaps he knew the origin of this fog of death. However, Black Mountain shook his head. "I don't know. When I was alive, the fog of death already existed. This place was very strange. I don't know how it was formed, but the power of death was a headache even for sage kings. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. Of course, no one knew who discovered the chaotic earth that could resist the fog of death. Therefore, even if you were not strong enough, if you had the chaotic earth, you could still survive in the fog of death. Of course, even if you could survive, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, before coming here, you would take the huge fog ship." Black Mountain said that the fog of death was very dangerous. As for how it came about, no one knew. It was really mysterious. Lin Xian frowned. He continued to control the great sage tower. Gradually, he discovered that there was indeed a star world in front of him, but it was dim and lightless. Looking from this direction, the death world was broken. Many places had been directly corroded. The entire world was gray, without a trace of life. However, Lin Xian finally had a place to stay, so he flew towards the world of death. Landing on land, he heaved a sigh of relief. The entire ground was gray, and he even discovered that there were plants here, but they were also gray. Some of them were even black, which was the color of the fog of death. He walked out of the Grand Sage Tower and felt around. He found that the aura here was very cold, but he could still resist it. It wasn't like the death mist, which directly deprived him of his vitality. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He put away the great sage pagoda and found a place to sit down and recover his strength. 5 days later, Lin Xian's strength had recovered to its peak. Then, Lin Xian began to investigate his surroundings. Flying at a low altitude, Zhang Xian circled the area and found that other than some gray plants, there was not a single human or demonic beast in sight. Later on, he discovered some skeletons that were scattered all over the world. It seemed that this place used to be inhabited by humans and demonic beasts. However, for some unknown reason, they all died. Black Mountain guessed that perhaps because the death mist invaded a large area, it directly deprived the humans and demonic beasts of their lives. As he was flying, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. As if struck by lightning, he fell down. With a boom, he landed on the ground. The powerful force crushed countless white bones. "What's going on? Someone ambushed me." Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He released his divine body and scanned his surroundings. Sword Qi crisscrossed around him. Who is it? He didn't discover anyone. He felt extremely strange. Was it a ghost that ambushed me? That force was too strong. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Otherwise, that attack would definitely have torn him into pieces. Damn it, is there no one? Lin Xian began to search the area, but after a round of searching, he didn't find anything. It was relatively safe for the rest of the night. However, after midnight, the surroundings fell into darkness, and there wasn't even any light. Suddenly, he felt another impact that sent him flying. The blood in his body churned. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Damn it, are you addicted? With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were pierced by the sword Qi. A pair of golden eyes were like the eyes of a god as they searched in all directions. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, 9 flaming divine feathers flew out of his body. These were the vermilion bird divine feathers used by the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. After he obtained them, he used the astral fire to completely refine them. He destroyed all the soul imprints on them and then replaced them with his own soul imprints. The vermilion bird divine feathers were really good stuff. These were the feathers left behind by the real vermilion bird sacred beast. The 9 vermilion bird divine feathers were connected together like 9 divine swords that were controlled by him. They spread out in all directions. At this moment, he finally locked onto something with the heavenly secret god eyes. He blasted towards the ground. The ground was directly penetrated. The vermilion bird divine feathers were like a long dragon as they roared and hit that thing. With a boom, the void shattered. Lin Xian appeared below. He saw that it was a bone, a gray bone in the shape of a human. After that thing was hit, it emitted a frightened soul fluctuation. It instantly tore through the void, trying to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He had already found the other party. Controlling the vermilion bird divine feathers, the terrifying power of the 5 forms of law attacked in all directions and fought with the gray bone. Finally, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He broke the bone into pieces. Lin Xian roared. The vermilion bird divine feathers had a dragon-shaped aura that could destroy everything. The gray bone immediately became frightened. It emitted a soul fluctuation and stopped. Stop fighting. Let's make peace. Make peace. Lin Xian snorted. But at the same time he was extremely shocked. This bone still had soul fluctuations. It seemed that it was not completely dead. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? You can't beat me, and now you want to make peace? Do you think that's possible? That person said, I had no choice. I wanted to leave this place too much. So when someone came over, I subconsciously attacked. Now I admit that I can't beat you. I don't want to attack you. Don't try to kill me. I've been here for 5,000 years. I'm incomparably familiar with this place. You can't kill me. Had he been there for 5,000 years? Lin Xian was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. How did you die? When you died, was there anyone in this world? What happened to turn this place into a world of death? Ka. The gray bone began to assemble, forming a skeleton. It shook its head and made cracking sounds. There was a gray aura in its eyes. It said, When I came, this place was already a land of death. There was no one. I was forced to come here. In the end, I was swallowed by the aura of death and became like this. How could you survive after being swallowed by the aura of death? What is your strength? Are you a saint master or a saint king? Lin Xian asked suspiciously. Chapter 3569. I'm a saint king and I died here. White Bones said. Hearing this, Lin Xian gasped. Saint king? This was too shocking. However, Black Mountain sneered. No, he's not a saint king at all. At most, he's a small saint. Lin Xian was also stunned after hearing this. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. Saint King, are you sure? Of course. I don't even know what my cultivation is. White Bones was stubborn. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? But why do I feel that you're just a small saint? You found out. White Bones was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian snorted. It seemed that Black Mountain was right. The other party was indeed a small saint. Then what's going on? How could a small saint survive in the death fog? Did he have the chaotic soil? If he had that kind of thing, he wouldn't have died. The other party was now invaded by the death fog, but he wasn't completely dead. It was very strange. It seemed that the other party had a secret. Lin Xian continued. Tell me your secret. What secret? White Bones pretended to be stupid. Lin Xian said, It's impossible for you to block the death fog. How did you survive? I don't know either. I just survived by chance. I'm already a skeleton now. What secret can I have? If I really have a secret, I shouldn't have died. Boy, look at his skull. There's a problem. I don't think it's his own. Hearing Black Mountain's voice, Lin Xian looked up. Under the heavenly secret god eyes, he indeed saw a trace of difference. The other party's skull was indeed mysterious. It was different from the surrounding bones. However, it was covered by the other party. Ordinary saints couldn't see it at all. You don't want to tell me, right? Do you think I won't know if you don't tell me? Lin Xian probed. A big golden hand grabbed the other party's head. Damn it, what are you trying to do? White Bones roared. Starlight jumped out of its eye sockets to resist the golden hand. With a cracking sound, the starry gaze was smashed into pieces, and the large golden hand grabbed the opponent's head in an instant. He directly grabbed the skull and pulled it off. Ah! White Bones let out a miserable shriek. The moment the skull left, its body began to shatter, and its life force rapidly weakened. You can't treat me like this. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. He screamed crazily and begged for mercy. It seemed that without this bone he had no strength at all. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he carefully examined the bone. He discovered that this bone was indeed very magical. It was very light in his hand, as if it was weightless. However, when he tried to break it with force, he discovered that the bone did not move at all. This was simply too inconceivable. He had a divine body and was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, he actually couldn't do anything to this bone. One could imagine that it was definitely extraordinary. Kid, look at the other side. Lin Xian flipped the bone over, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. On the other side of the bone, there were countless black lines. Like Tao patterns, they were densely packed and formed one after another strange patterns. The eerie black pattern contained an aura of death, causing Lin Xian's hair to stand on end. What's going on? Why does it feel so similar to the aura of the mist of death? Still not going to tell me? Lin Xian looked at White Bones. White Bones was lying on the ground, dying. He said, I'll tell you. Save my life. Lin Xian snorted and threw the bone to him. White Bones pressed on the skull and heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to have recovered. You're right. I'm indeed a minor saint. When I first came here, nothing happened. The aura of death in the surroundings wasn't strong. However, on the third year, the star world was suddenly enveloped by the mist of death. At that time, I couldn't resist at all. I kept rotting, and my life force was also taken away. I was so scared that I ran away. Finally, I escaped to a place where I found this piece of bone. With this bone, I was able to survive in the fog of death. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. A bone could allow a person to survive in the mist of death. This was too unbelievable. Did this have anything to do with the chaotic land? He thought of this possibility, but soon shook his head. He had seen the chaotic land before. The two shouldn't have anything to do with each other. Moreover, what was even more strange was the black pattern on the back of the bone. It was very strange. He asked, What are the black patterns on the bone? Did you carve them? I didn't carve them. They're on the bone. Moreover, this is the special part of the bone. It's precisely the black patterns that allowed me to survive. What's the secret of this pattern? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. I've tried to draw the exact same Tao runes, but it was useless. It seems that only this bone is useful. White Bones seemed to be really scared and didn't dare to hide anything. He said, You should have felt it too. The black patterns on this bone are very similar to the aura of the mist of death. I guess that the two are of the same origin. So after I put this thing on, the mist of death thought that I was one of them. That's why they didn't attack me. Of the same origin. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He asked again, Where did you get this thing? Do you want to go to that place? White Bones' heart trembled. It seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He said, I can draw a map for you. You can go by yourself. Map? Why don't you bring me there? You still want to play tricks. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. White Bones knelt on the ground with a plop. Big brother, don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That place is very evil. The last time I went there, I narrowly escaped death. I reckon that my good luck has run out. If you let me go there again, I'll definitely die. If you don't go, I'll kill you right now. Lin Xian's killing intent became even colder. White Bones struggled for a long time and sighed helplessly. Forget it, I can't hide. I've been struggling at death's door for thousands of years. It's time for an end. Let's go, I'll bring you there. White Bones will lead the way. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He followed silently. Although most of what this white bones said was true, he was sure that it was still holding back. So he was always on guard. The two of them shuttled through half the world and seemed to have arrived at the other side of the world. Finally, Lin Xian saw a black shadow in front of them. It looked like countless black mountains. White Bones pointed ahead and said, "It's inside those mountains." When it said this, its bones were trembling. It seemed to be very scared. Lin Xian saw this scene and frowned. He asked, "What's inside that can make you so scared?" Chapter 3570. Lin Xian looked at this scene and frowned, but he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and led White Bones forward. White Bones braced itself and followed. Walking into the Black Mountain, the surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive and eerie. It was as if they had entered the fog of death. Lin Xian didn't feel his vitality being taken away, but he felt an indescribable suppression. White Bones followed closely behind, afraid that something would suddenly appear. Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in front. White Bones bumped into Lin Xian with a bang. Its bones were about to fall apart, so it quickly took 2 steps back. "Why did you stop?" he asked carefully. Lin Xian said that there was a person in front. "What? There was a person?" White Bones trembled. Lin Xian turned around. "Didn't you come here before? Didn't you say that there was no one here?" White Bones was scared when Lin Xian looked at it. It quickly said, "There really isn't anyone here. Let me see what it is." White Bones finally walked out from behind Lin Xian and looked forward. The next moment, it heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's not a person. It already existed when I came here. Let's go and see. You walk in front. Don't try to play tricks." Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones had no choice but to lead the way. They walked forward. Sure enough, when they reached the front, Lin Xian found it. Indeed, it couldn't be a person. To be precise, it wasn't a living person. It was a dead person. That person stood there without any breath. Moreover, the flesh and blood on his body had long disappeared. Only bones and human skin were left. There were many small scales on the human skin. Even if this thing was alive, it wasn't a human but a demon. Those who could come here were definitely extraordinary. They were at least saints or even minor saints. However, they were also dead, and it seemed that they died because their vitality was sucked dry. It was a strange thing. "Let's go. Bring me to the place where you found White Bones," Lin Xian said. White Bones could only bring him through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at a ravine. There were many bone fragments. White Bones pointed at the ravine and said, "It is from here that I obtained this bone." Inside, Lin Xian glanced over and waved his hand. His huge soul spirit also entered and began to search. Soon, he withdrew his soul spirit. He didn't find anything special. At this moment, a lot of gray fog rushed out from the ground and swept in all directions. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's expression instantly changed. "Fog of death, damn it, you dare to trick me." He grabbed White Bones' head, and White Bones trembled in fear. "No, I definitely didn't trick you. I don't know what's going on either. There wasn't any death mist here before." "Humph!" Lin Xian coldly snorted as he quickly retreated with White Bones. The surrounding death aura began to permeate the air. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. Lin Xian's body was covered with sword qi, forming a sword domain that enveloped him. He set off towards the place where there was no fog. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop, because another strange thing appeared in front of him. A palace appeared in front of him. It was a black palace. It was tall, cold, and evil. He realized that the palace was built with stones. The stones were very similar to the stones in the surrounding mountains. It must have been made from local materials. There were many strange patterns on the stones. It was only when Lin Xian walked closer that he realized that the carvings on the stone pillars of the palace were all ferocious-looking figures. There were humans and demons. They were densely packed, as if they were evil spirits from hell. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. There's a palace here. I never knew about it. White Bones was also shocked. Lin Xian looked at him and realized that he really didn't know about it, because the soul fluctuation didn't seem to be faked. These stones were too strange. The figures on them were too similar. Lin Xian even felt that they were very similar to the person he met before. The person's life force was sucked dry and was only left with human skin. Could it be that the life force of these things was also sucked dry? Then they turned into human skin and exhaled on the stone pillars? Thinking of this possibility, White Bones almost peed in his pants. Of course, he couldn't pee now. However, he was very frightened. If Lin Xian's guess was right, then it was too scary. These human skins were not inferior to him. They were at least minor saints. Now, there were so many minor saints who were sucked dry and made into pillars. What was going on? Who was this person? How could he have such a shocking move? Even Heishan was surprised. Kid, I realize that your guess was most likely correct. Whether it's true or not, I'll know after trying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. If he broke a stone pillar, he would be able to see whether it was made of real skin or just stone. With a wave of his hand, 9 vermilion bird divine feathers flew out and floated around him, breathing out terrifying flames. What are you trying to do? White Bones asked in horror. As soon as he finished asking, he screamed, because he saw Lin Xian making a move. The vermilion bird divine feathers turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. A terrifying sound was heard. Flames splashed and the void cracked. This scene scared White Bones silly. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be so bold to attack such a strange stone pillar. However, what made him relieved was that the black stone pillar was much harder than he imagined. Under this attack, it only shook violently and didn't break. Even Lin Xian was greatly surprised by this. What a tough stone. Humph! He snorted coldly and activated the vermilion bird divine feathers again. The 5 elemental laws revolved around the vermilion bird divine feathers, and sword chi danced in the air. In an instant, more than 1,000,000 attacks were carried out. No matter how powerful the stone pillar was, it couldn't withstand the attacks. Cracks appeared on it, and there were more and more cracks. Boom! With a loud boom, the black stone pillar finally couldn't withstand the attacks and broke into pieces on the ground. Pieces of human skin fell from inside. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He guessed right. It was indeed human skin. Why were there so many human skins? Were they all small saints? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. What kind of existence was it? Was it the other party who built the palace? Why was the other party here? Why did he kill these saints? And was the other party still alive now? Thinking of this, he felt a chill down his spine. White Bones was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to succeed. He was shocked at first, but then he became curious and began to explore the human skins. This human skin was not bad. He actually ate one of them and put it on his body. He was originally a skeleton. At this moment, after putting on the human skin, he looked like a walking corpse. Ugh! Suddenly, White Bones screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Hero, save me! He begged Lin Xian for mercy. Chapter 3571. Stop pretending to be mysterious and get up quickly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. He had already used his soul to check. These people had no life force. How could the other party be affected? However, White Bones sent out a soul fluctuation in pain. No, he has my soul. He wants to kill me. Please help me. Help me tear open the human skin. Lin Xian sneered and was unmoved. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that White Bones' aura was getting weaker and weaker. Its soul was like an extinguished lamp. He realized that something was wrong. A sword chi slashed out and landed on the human skin. White Bones let out a miserable cry, but the human skin did not leave. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. The vermilion bird divine feather flew out and an incomparable flame rushed over. This was the power of Yang, with an aura that could destroy everything. The human skin floated up on its own, and white bones appeared inside. "Thank you for saving my life." His soul fluctuation was very weak. At the same time, he looked at the human skin in horror. Damn it, this is too strange. Could it be that these human skins are still alive? Lin Xian was puzzled. He grabbed one of them and observed it from afar. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find any signs of life. He asked Black Mountain, but Black Mountain shook his head. He did not know either. He said, "Kid, why don't you ignore these things and go inside to take a look?" Inside, Lin Xian was stunned. He naturally knew that the other party was talking about this black palace. Did he really have to go in? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian felt that he had to go in. There might be a power that could resist the death mist inside. He was trapped here and could not leave at all. However, White Bones had a bone that could resist the aura of the death mist. This stone was very likely related to this black palace. Therefore, if he went in, it was very likely that he would obtain the secret of the death mist. This was a huge temptation. Therefore, he decided to go in once. He walked forward, and White Bones behind him was still bewildered. His scalp went numb as he looked at the human face that had attacked him. To be exact, it wasn't a human, but a human skin with fangs and purple scales. It should be an existence of the devil race. But he had no interest in observing it now because he noticed Lin Xian's actions and immediately followed him. "I advise you to leave quickly. This place is too evil. Don't go in no matter what." Lin Xian said, "You can leave now. I must enter this place." After saying that, he used his hands to push the two black stone doors. Boom! Boom! The black door was slowly pushed open, and a dusty smell came out. It was obvious that no one had been here for tens of thousands of years. There was also a cold and gloomy aura coming from inside, which made people's hair stand on end. Ah! Suddenly, White Bones shrieked, scaring Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword energy. He took a few steps back and the black door closed. Lin Xian frowned and looked at White Bones. "What are you screaming for?" White Bones was trembling in fear. He stuck to me again. Even his soul was stuttering. Lin Xian frowned. He had indeed seen the human skin from before sticking to White Bones' back. This made him feel a sense of uneasiness. "Can't you stay away from him?" Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones was almost scared to tears. "Hero, I really had him thrown far away, but he floated over by himself." Lin Xian waved his hand. The 9 suns, divine fire, and the golden palm tore the human skin apart and threw him far away. Then he cast a 5 elements seal and completely sealed him. Then he looked at the black door again. "No matter what happens this time, you are not allowed to make a sound. If you dare to disturb me again, I will break your bones and destroy your soul." Before he made his move, Lin Xian warned White Bones. White Bones quickly nodded, looking very obedient. Lin Xian turned his head and walked forward. He pushed the black stone door open again, and the cold aura from inside flowed out again. At the same time, there was a disgusting smell, as if a corpse had rotted. This aura made Lin Xian very uncomfortable, so he didn't go in. Instead, he cast 2 sword energy and blocked the black door, opening it and letting the air outside circulate. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the aura weakened a little. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword aura as he walked forward. He walked in and found that it was even darker inside. The whole building was made of black stones. Furthermore, this place was very strange. Even Lin Xian's soul was unable to probe too far. He couldn't even probe beyond 20 meters. It seemed that the whole palace was surrounded by a black fog. Could it be the fog of death? Lin Xian was shocked. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew, and the 2 sword energy blocking the door were broken. With a bang, the 2 black doors were shut. This time, the light outside the door disappeared completely, and the whole hall was pitch black. Lin Xian snorted. He released his divine fire, but it could only illuminate a small area. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. This place was too strange. Suddenly, White Bones screamed and sat on the ground in fright. Then its bones broke on the ground. Lin Xian was also shocked. Then he was angry. "Didn't I tell you not to scream?" Seeing white bones scattered on the ground, Lin Xian was amused. However, he could not laugh now. He asked, "Why are you screaming?" White Bones' soul fluctuations spread out. The human skin from before had floated over again, flashing in the vicinity. What? Did the human skin come over? How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that he had sealed the human skin with the 5-element seal? How could it follow him in? Don't talk nonsense. But I really saw it. White Bones felt wronged. Suddenly, he screamed again and pointed behind Lin Xian. "There's a black shadow behind you. Heavens, he's alive." This scene also gave Lin Xian a fright. Behind him? Thinking of this, he snorted and turned around. The golden light in his eyes penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He really saw a black shadow floating in the air. Its ghostly aura was eerie like a peerless demon. This gave him a fright. He could not help but attack. However, at this moment, the black shadow said, "Damn, kid, you're scared out of your wits. It's one of us." Phew! Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down a little. This was because it was Black Mountain's voice. He said with a dark face, "Damn it, this place is so eerie. Why are you here? Do you think it's not scary enough?" Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He saw that there was another shadow behind Black Mountain. Chapter 3572. What? There was no one there. He Shan turned around and realized there was no one there. Then he let out a creepy laugh. "It was because of this that I had to come out and take a look. Damn it, there really was a ghost." White Bones screamed in fear. He Shan floated over. Was this guy crazy? He was a minor saint after all. How could he be so timid? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Look at those human skins outside. Didn't you think he was crazy? This place was too creepy. A minor saint was casually slaughtered. It was already very bold of him to not be scared to death. He kicked White Bone and put your bones away. This is one of our own." After repeatedly deciding that He Shan wouldn't attack him, White Bones carefully put the scattered bones together. Then it looked around in shock. "Why did we come here?" Lin Xian said, "I'm looking for the secret of the fog of death. Can you use the stone on your forehead to sense it carefully and see if it has any effect?" White Bones nodded and poured energy into the bone. Then the black patterns on the bone shone. White Bones was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was indeed effective. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up. There were a total of 81 lamps surrounding the entire hall. The originally dark hall was illuminated, but the light was very dim. However, it was much better than before. It seemed that this bone was indeed related to this place. Lin Xian looked around. He Shan floated around. Suddenly he said, "Kid, this place is really not simple. Do you know what these lamps are made of?" Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked carefully. It was blood. He realized that the oil hanging on the wall wasn't oil, but blood. This was the blood of a saint, using a saint's blood to light up the lamps. Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely not an ordinary saint. Furthermore, this blood should have been refined before. He really didn't know who the owner of this place was. Suddenly, He Shan screamed again. His body floated up and came to the top of the hall. He looked down. Then he said, "It's actually this thing. This thing is actually here? What did you see?" Lin Xian was astonished. He had also arrived in the sky. In the next moment, he was also stunned. Under the illumination of the 81 green willow, the wisps, the hall below could be seen clearly. On the floor of the hall, there was a huge pattern. What kind of pattern was that? It was 2 fish, a black fish and a white fish, circling each other to form a circle. This was the yin-yang fish. Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said that this was not an ordinary yin-yang fish. It had another name, Taiji. Tai Chi. Lin Xian was stunned. It was very similar to the yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang sect. Indeed, he had interacted with the yin-yang sect more than once. Their yin-yang diagram was half black and half white, and it was incomparably profound. That should be the inheritance of Tai Chi. The two were essentially the same thing, but Tai Chi was even more mysterious. Did you see that? The two yin-yang fish spiraled, but the eyes of the two fish were completely different. Lin Xian was surprised to find that the eyes of the black yin fish were white, while the eyes of the white yang fish were black. This was indeed different from the yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang sect. The yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang sect was half black and half white, and there was no such phenomenon. Was that Tai Chi? That's right, it was the yin-yang diagram of the yin-yang diagram. Could it be that some kind of existence had built all of this here? But what was his purpose? Was it for the death mist? Black Mountain kept guessing. Lin Xian was puzzled. What do you know? Who is that person? Don't you know someone from the same era as you? He asked a series of questions. Black Mountain took a deep breath. He's not from the same era as me, and he's been around for much longer than me. In the primordial era, there was such a legend. Yin and Yang, who was stronger and who was weaker. Yin and Yang coexisted, and the world was called the Emperor. In the world, some people cultivated the Yang Qi, while others cultivated the Yin Qi. When cultivated to the extreme, it was very terrifying. However, no one had ever tried to combine these two forces, until a person appeared and tried to combine the two forces, but he failed. In the years that followed, more than once, people tried to combine the power of the Yang Qi and the Yin Qi, but they all failed. In the end, a person appeared. That person succeeded and condensed Tai Chi, however. His inheritance was not passed down and had been lost. Only a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was passed down. The yin-yang sect you mentioned should be one of its branches, right? Everyone has different insights when looking at yin and yang. The owner of this palace should also be comprehending yin and yang. Yin and yang, the great Tao of heaven and earth. This person has a broad scheme. I wonder if he succeeded? I think he should have failed. If he succeeded, his name would have spread across the universe. However, there was no news of him at all. Black Mountain muttered to himself. Buzz. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. He felt that these words contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, he landed on the ground and carefully sensed the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. He walked slowly along the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Then he sat cross-legged here and tried to comprehend it. The following days were very difficult. White Bone curled up at the side, not daring to breathe loudly. Black Mountain floated around and studied the surroundings. Lin Xian had been comprehending the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was indeed incomparably profound. Lin Xian comprehended it and had a deeper understanding of his own great Tao of heaven and earth. However, he still did not understand the reason for the fog of death. Black Mountain said, Kid, how long do you plan to comprehend here? 10 years or 100 years? Why don't you leave now and come back when you have the chance in the future? Or rather, he could directly take away this huge Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. He also felt that the surroundings were incomparably strange. He did not know who this owner was. It made him feel a little strange. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, Let's see if there's a way to take away this Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. This is a good thing. He was not willing to let such a good thing go to waste here. With a wave of his hand, the vermilion bird divine feather flew out and emitted an incomparable light. Then it stabbed into the ground, wanting to completely pry open the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and take it away. However, with this move, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram actually started to spin. At first, it was very slow, but in the end, it became faster and faster. The yin-yang diagram completely merged into one. Not good. Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping him. His 9 yang divine body instantly split open. With a cold shout, the 9 yang divine body bloomed with light and quickly recovered. At the same time, sword qi covered his body, forming a dragon-shaped sword realm armor to block. However, he still could not block this force. It was really too strong. The white bones were instantly torn to shreds. Chapter 3573. Black Mountain floated to Lin Xian's side and released his great sage aura. However, it was useless. This was true power. Black Mountain couldn't scare him. He said, "Kid, take out the great sage pagoda." Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the great sage pagoda and cover his body. With a clang, the great sage pagoda was attacked. It made thousands of clanging sounds. However, it was blocked in the end. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked outside. At that moment, a faint voice sounded between heaven and earth. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang. Mixing qi into harmony is Tai Chi. This voice was ancient, low, and desolate. It made one's soul tremble. Even Black Mountain was shocked. His eyes widened. Lin Xian also removed the great sage pagoda and appeared again. He realized that the yin-yang diagram in front of him was gradually slowing down. Finally, it quieted down again. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. Black Mountain said, "Kid, this might be a chance for you to understand the secret of Tai Chi." Understand the secret of Tai Chi? Lin Xian was shocked. As expected, he saw the Tai Chi diagram in front of him change again. Where the yin fish was, countless black fog appeared. It was the fog of death. It emitted a cold aura. Instantly, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Why was there so much death aura? What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Black Mountain was also shocked. He looked carefully. "I finally understand." "What do you know?" Black Mountain said, "Look at the Tai Chi diagram. It's also formed by the yin fish." The yin fish represented the power of yin, while the yang fish represented the power of yang. The power of yin was replaced by the fog of death. However, the power of yang was missing. This meant that if you could feel it, you would be able to understand the secret of the Tai Chi diagram. As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, your luck is too good." "What do you mean?" Lin Xian asked. "Now, even I can't forcefully steal the secret because only you can do it. In order to replenish the power of the sun, it must be the power of the purest yang. I am a ghost, so I belong to the cold power. If I tried to take it by force, I would be instantly shrouded in the fog of death. Even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. But you don't agree. The 9-yang divine body is a physique of extreme yang to begin with. Therefore, even if others saw this Taiji diagram, they would not be able to take it away. Only you can take it. Kid, are you willing to take the risk and give it a try?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that Heishan was right, but there was still a huge risk involved. Would his 9-yang divine body be able to withstand the power of the moon? That was the power of the death mist. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that. This was the secret of Taiji. Once he grasped it, he would be able to grasp the power of yin and yang. The yin and yang qi were originally the most primordial auras of the world. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a huge improvement to his strength. Moreover, he might even be able to block the death mist. So after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go all out." He walked towards the yang fish. In the next moment, he felt the power of the death mist invading him. Humph! He released his divine body to the extreme. "Come on. I, Lin Xian, will not be afraid of you." The 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely on Lin Xian's body. Boundless flames spread. On the other side, the death mist surged. He was gradually enveloped by the death mist. "Block it for me." He gritted his teeth and roared, constantly circulating his body. Lin Xian felt his vitality being snatched away in an instant. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he roared crazily, went crazy, and circulated his body without caring about anything. Just like that, 49 days passed. Suddenly, yin and yang merged. The Taiji diagram under his feet spun again, carrying the power of the death mist and the 9-yang divine fire. Finally, it entered Lin Xian's body and disappeared. As for Lin Xian's body, it was completely enveloped by the yin and yang qi. A Taiji diagram appeared behind him. Did he succeed? When Heishan saw this scene, he was extremely nervous. He knew that this was an earth-shattering gamble. If he won, the benefits would be endless. However, if he lost, it was very likely that he would be sucked dry and turned into a pile of bones. As he waited anxiously, the Taiji diagram slowly spun and finally disappeared completely. Lin Xian did not open his eyes. Instead, he sat down cross-legged again. There was a new message in his mind. This was a great divine ability that could combine the power of yin and yang to cultivate. It was called the Taiji art. At the same time, an aged voice rang out, reverberating in his mind. Fated one, remember my name. Zhang Jiuji, bring Taiji to greater heights. Lin Xian was shocked. So it was the Taiji diagram left behind by Zhang Jiuji. The Taiji art was a divine ability that Zhang Jiuji created based on the most primitive Taiji diagram. Who was this Zhang Jiuji? Where did he get the Taiji diagram? How powerful was the Taiji art? How terrifying would the real Taiji be? The Taiji diagram was a yin-yang fish diagram. However, everyone would have different understandings and insights when they looked at it. The divine abilities and martial arts that they created were also different. Zhang Jiuji created the Taiji art, which was what Lin Xian was cultivating now. After cultivating for a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He stood up and slowly exhaled. I've succeeded. I've already started cultivating the Taiji art. However, I don't know its power yet. I need to try it out. After saying that, he walked out. The black door opened, and he walked out. He looked at the black palace and soared into the sky. There was nothing worth investigating here. The biggest secret was the Taiji diagram. He had already obtained it. As far as he knew, this palace was created by Zhang Jiuji. He used the death fog here as the power of yin and then studied the secrets of Taiji. The human skins outside were all powerful saints. At that time, due to various reasons, they came to this world of death and were captured by Zhang Jiuji. They were used as guinea pigs for various experiments. Who knew how many saints were sacrificed to finally create the Taiji art? Now, Lin Xian wanted to test the power of the Taiji art. He flew all the way and left the world of death. Heishan jumped. Damn, kid, what are you doing? He quickly returned to the crescent moon pendant and asked quickly. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he entered the death fog. Damn, has this kid gone crazy from cultivating? Is he trying to commit suicide? Heishan was surprised, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian didn't die at all in the death fog. Instead, he was like a fish in water, shuttling through it quickly. Soon, he rushed out and returned to the world of death. He looked at his own body and then laughed out loud. Great, it was a success. Taiji was indeed incomparably mysterious. He could use the power of the death fog. Chapter 3574. Tai Chi was a kind of Tao. In the world of Tai Chi, the power of the world was divided into two types. One was called the power of the moon, and the other was called the power of the sun. Among them, the power of the moon included all the cold and dark powers. For example, this fog of death could steal one's life force. It was extremely cold and belonged to the power of the moon. The power of the sun represented all the power of the sun. For example, flames and lightning belonged to the power of the sun. At this moment, after Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi, he could naturally use the power of the moon. Therefore, this fog of death was no longer a threat to him. Instead, it became his greatest help. Damn, kid, you really succeeded? Black Mountain was also very surprised. This way, you don't have to be afraid of the fog of death. You can travel through the fog of death. Other saints would probably pee their pants when they saw the scene. Lin Xian nodded. In theory, that's the case. However, I've just cultivated the Tai Chi diagram and can't stay in the fog of death for too long. But it doesn't matter. As I cultivate, one day, I won't be afraid of the fog of death at all. In the following time, Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi in the world of death. As he tempered his divine body, he absorbed the power of the fog of death. There was a Tai Chi diagram in his body that kept spinning. When he could condense the law of yin and yang, its power would be even more terrifying. Just like that, Lin Xian became more and more proficient in the power of Tai Chi at first. He could only get close to the fog of death for a short period of time. As he cultivated, the time he could enter the fog of death also increased. In the end, he could even use some of the fog of death as a means of attack. This made him extremely excited. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating. In the world of death, there was a ray of light that quickly descended. After this ray of light landed, it transformed into 3 figures. These 3 figures were incomparably wretched, and that ray of light drew a scroll that floated in the hands of the masked woman. Many cracks appeared on the scroll. The decree was actually broken. We can't fly anymore. We can only stay here for now. Let's see if there's a way to repair it. The masked woman said. These 3 people were none other than Yu Shijie and the other 2. Yu Shijie originally had many guards by her side, but now there were only 2 left. Other than herself, there was also a little maid, Xiaoqing. The other was a middle-aged woman. All 3 of them were injured, and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had been chased all the way here. The arrival of the 3 naturally attracted Lin Xian's attention. Lin Xian sensed them through the death fog. When he saw the 3 of them, he was also greatly surprised. It was actually the 3 of them. The 3 of them had actually come here. How could Lin Xian forget Yu Shijie? It was because of her that he ended up here. However, wasn't the other party being hunted down by people from the Fiend Planet? It was truly inconceivable that he could escape. Back then, the Fiend Star had dispatched 2 bewilderment fog ships to chase after the other party. What sort of battle power was that? The other party actually managed to escape. That was really surprising. He wanted to go out, but He Shan said that something was wrong. He told Lin Xian something. This caused Lin Xian to temporarily hide, and he did not go out to meet with the other party. Instead, he observed from the shadows. After landing in the death world, Yu Shijie and the other 2 began to investigate their surroundings. They discovered that other than the black trees around them, there was nothing else. There were no people, no demon beasts. It was a desolate land of death. After all, there was not much death fog here, so it was safe. Therefore, the 3 of them also seized the time to recover. Yu Shijie swallowed some heavenly materials and began to study the decree in her hand. Her exquisite face was incomparably pale. It was obvious that she had used many methods, but she was unable to repair the decree in her hand. Little Qing was also anxious at the side. The middle-aged woman did not say anything, but her hands were hidden in her embroidered robe, forming hand seals. It was unknown what she was doing. After about a few days, a meteor fell from the sky into the death world, turning into a figure. It was a black-robed man with a sinister smile on his face. As soon as he arrived, he spread out his soul and enveloped the entire world. Found you. He turned into a stream of light and flew quickly, breaking through the void. Soon, he arrived in front of Yu Shijie and the others. Bitch, you can't escape. Damn it, you actually came. Yu Shijie and the other 2 were as if they were facing a great enemy, their expressions incomparably ugly. This was impossible. Little Qing screamed. Yu Shijie's expression was also cold. How did you find us? Could it be that you put some array formation on us again? This should not be. They had carefully checked. The tracking array had long been destroyed by them. Previously, she had indeed been chased by 2 fog ships. Her guards had tried their best to protect her, but they had all fallen. In the end, she had used the decree in her hand to escape. Then, she had completely lost her direction and came here. Originally, she thought that the most troublesome thing was that the decree in her hand was damaged. She would probably have to wait for the passing fog ship. However, she did not expect that the people of Fiend Island would be able to find her. Was it a coincidence, or was there another reason? Run! Why aren't you running? You actually made us spend so much time. You really deserve to die. Damn Poison Hand, don't go too far. What do you want? Yu Shirchie shouted, her eyes filled with a cold light. We are not afraid of you now. Only you came alone. Do you think you can catch us? We have 3 people on our side. What do I want? Yu Shirchie, aren't you asking the obvious? Don't you know the bloodline of your Yu family? You are the little princess of Yu family. Do you still need me to tell you the effect of your bloodline? If I'm not wrong, you haven't slept with another man, right? Just give me your first time. The effect will definitely make my strength undergo an earth-shattering change. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of this, he roared towards the sky, his eyes shining with a fiery light. Originally, capturing you was the order of the crazy demon child. Capture you and then send you to the demon child. But now I have changed my mind. There are only a few of us here. I will not send you back to the demon child. I will train you to become my woman. Thinking of this, Poison Hand was incomparably excited. With Yu family's bloodline, it could nourish all things. It could definitely make his body, soul, and bloodline reach a new level. There was even a possibility of a breakthrough. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he would definitely not let the other party go. Humph, you are dreaming. Yu Shirchie snorted coldly. Little Qing also said that we will definitely not let you succeed. We will risk our lives to protect little sis. Is that so? You think so, but others don't. Poison Hand sneered. What do you mean? Little Qing shouted angrily. Yu Shirchie's expression changed. Could it be? Chapter 3575. Just as she finished thinking, she heard a scream. Little Qing's heart had been pierced, and she fell to the ground, twitching. Who told you that I would protect my sister? The middle-aged woman beside her revealed a cold smile. The killing sword in her hand flickered with light, and there was still blood dripping from it. Betrayed by her own people. She had been ambushed by her own people. What a wonderful scene. Poison Hand laughed loudly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Damn it! You actually dared to betray your sister. Betray the Rain Clan. Little Qing said weakly on the ground. This sword had pierced her heart. With her cultivation, it was not very fatal. However, this sword was covered in poison. That poison was not something a first-layer saint could withstand, and could only silently accept death. However, she did not believe that someone would betray their sister. Why? Why did you betray me? Yu Shirchie asked through gritted teeth. My Rain Clan has never treated you unfairly. Is that so? The middle-aged woman sneered. However, the Fiend Star can give me even more. All right, Yu Shirchie, do you think you can still escape now? Obediently kneel down and serve me. I can let you suffer less. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you live in pain every day. In any case, I have plenty of time. There is probably no one in this world who can find me. Speaking up to here, he laughed complacently. Yu Shirchie felt her entire body turn cold. Her heart sank to the bottom. Was she going to despair? Fall into the hands of this fiend? Thinking of the future, she felt that death was better than living. She wanted to commit suicide, but she did not have the courage. Her hands were trembling. She said, Have you ever thought about how the Rain Clan will react after you capture me? You should know how important I am to the Rain Clan. If something happens to me, the Rain Clan will go crazy and disregard everything. At that time, do you think you will be able to survive? Therefore, I advise you to obediently leave and let me live. It will be beneficial for both you and me. You Shirtya, you are still dreaming. I admit that your Rain Clan is very powerful, and you are very important to the Rain Clan. But so what? I only need to capture you and enjoy you. When I obtain the nourishment of your bloodline, I will go into seclusion for 500 years. At that time, no matter how strong your Jade Clan is, where can you find me? I'll give you 5 seconds. Are you going to kneel down and serve me, or do you want me to do it? The fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. However, at this moment he was stunned. A purple mouse ran out from his arms and kept squeaking at a space in the distance. Who is it? Come out. Merciless Tyrant roared furiously and countered with a palm strike. A large green palm submerged the entire space. The space shattered and a figure walked out from it. He was actually able to discover my existence. What? There's actually someone here. The middle-aged woman and Yu Shirtya were both taken aback. They had been here for many days. He didn't realize that there were still people in this world. Who was this person? Where did it come from? How long did he stay? Friend or foe? In an instant, they thought of many things and looked over at the same time. In the next moment, both of them were stunned. It's you! The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Merciless Tyrant was stunned as well. Kid, it's you. Why are you here? To be honest, he was really too shocked. The middle-aged woman and Yu Shirtya were also extremely shocked. They realized that this person was Lin Xian. They had seen him before. Shouldn't he have been captured by the people of the Fiend Planet? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had some connection with the Fiend Planet? Thinking of this, Yu Shirtya's heart became nervous again. Merciless Tyrant was even more shocked. That shouldn't be. Didn't this kid fall into the fog of death and die? How could he still be alive? This was too unbelievable. Back then, he knew that Lin Xian had escaped. But so what? Lin Xian didn't have the chaos soil and couldn't even walk a meter out of the fog of death. Lin Xian would definitely die. But now, Lin Xian had appeared here unscathed. It was too strange. Could it be that he had the chaos soil on him? It seemed that he had been careless. Merciless Tyrant snorted coldly. He didn't expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. If he had escaped, it would have been too bad. But now that you've appeared here, the heavens are helping me. If I kill you, no one will know about me and Yu Shirtya. Indeed, if Lin Xian spread the news a little, then the people of the Rain Clan would naturally know what he had done. But now, Merciless Tyrant wouldn't let that happen. You reckless idiot, get over here obediently and take care of me. As she spoke, she covered the sky with her large green palm. The void shattered, and a terrifying poisonous gas erupted. The world trembled. Lin Xian instantly dodged and appeared in another space. He looked down like a god. Humph! How dare you do such a shameful thing? You want to kill me? Can you do it? He dodged. Merciless Tyrant's face was cold. Lin Xian's speed was faster than he had imagined. The middle-aged woman sneered. He's just a brat. Let me deal with him. The killing sword on the middle-aged woman's body spun again. A terrifying Dao pattern flowed and slashed forward. On the other side, Yu Shirtya took advantage of this opportunity to attack Merciless Tyrant. Merciless Tyrant sneered and fought. In truth, Yu Shirtya was very excited because this was an opportunity. She was also a favored daughter of the heavens. In a one-on-one fight, she wasn't afraid of Merciless Tyrant. So now, someone was restraining the middle-aged woman. This was the best opportunity for her. However, after exchanging 3 blows, Yu Shirtya's body swayed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt dizzy. Not good, she was poisoned. Yu Shirtya quickly retreated, her face pale. Damn it, how was this possible? She knew that her opponent was a saint who used poison and had been on guard. It was impossible for her to be poisoned in battle. Moreover, she didn't feel that she had been ambushed. What was going on? Could it be that the middle-aged woman had done it? She hadn't known that the middle-aged woman was a traitor, so she hadn't been on guard. At that time, she had been frightened by her opponent and had been poisoned. Damn it, she had been careless. Yu Shirchia could feel her strength fading away, but Merciless Tyrant was laughing heartily. Little girl, do you think you can escape from me? You want to fight me? You don't know the difference between life and death. Don't worry. I'll let you have a taste of heaven later. He sneered, but he didn't immediately attack. Right now, he was a cat that could play with his opponent as he wished. He was prepared to deal with Lin Xian first to prevent future trouble. But when he looked, it didn't matter. He was instantly stunned. Chapter 3576. It turned out that the middle-aged woman had been instantly sent flying. Half of her body had exploded into a bloody mist. Ah! The middle-aged woman screamed. Her face was filled with fear and disbelief. How could the other party be so strong? The other party was just an ant at the first level of heaven. He quickly retreated. On the other hand, Lin Xian charged forward. The sword aura on his body tore apart the heavens and the earth as he charged forward. In an instant, it enveloped the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was scared out of her wits. At the critical moment, a blue bead appeared between her brows and spun nonstop, blocking the sword chi. However, in just an instant, the blue bead was shattered and the middle-aged woman was also cut into many pieces. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. The middle-aged woman's soul instantly escaped from her body, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian shot out a wave of flames that enveloped the entire area. Her soul screamed miserably in the flames. "Poison Prince, hurry up and save me." The middle-aged woman begged for mercy. The Poison Prince's expression was cold. What a piece of trash! He stretched out a large green hand and grabbed forward. Terrifying poison spread out in the flames and enveloped the middle-aged woman's soul in an instant. "Thank you, Poison Prince!" Before she could finish speaking, the middle-aged woman screamed again. "Damn it, how dare you attack me?" She realized that the Poison Prince had enveloped her. Not only did he not save her, but he had also destroyed her soul. Why? As she was about to die, the middle-aged woman let out an unwilling roar. Poison Prince sneered. "Why? You're asking me why? Your mission has been completed. As long as you're alive, I'll have to pay you more treasures. If you're dead, I won't have to pay anything. Moreover, Yu Shirchia is already mine. She can't escape. What's the use of keeping you? I hate you. I hate you so much." The middle-aged woman's soul screamed at the sky. Soon, it was completely destroyed by the green Poison Prince. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a cold expression. What a vicious method! What a ruthless heart! On the other side, Yu Shirchia's face was also pale. If she fell into the hands of such a demonic person, would she have a good ending? Therefore, she turned to look at Lin Xian. "Lin Gongzi, I have a request. Can you help me kill this person? Or rather, you saved my life. As long as you save me, House you will be eternally grateful." "Yu Shirchia, are you retarded? You're actually placing your hopes on an ant at the first level of the sky." Merciless Tyrant sneered, completely unperturbed. "Don't worry, I agree to your request. I will help you kill this person." Lin Xian said coldly. In fact, it did not matter even if he did not agree, because it seemed like Merciless Tyrant would not let him live. Since that was the case, there was bound to be a battle between the two sides. Then, why didn't he agree to Yu Shirchia's request? He could even earn a favor from House Yu. This way, it would be more convenient for him in the second astral realm. With this in mind, Lin Xian looked at Merciless Tyrant. "You want to fight me with just you alone?" Poisonous Tyrant's eyes were filled with disdain. He was no ordinary saint. Instead, he was a third heaven saint. Adding on his poison Tao, his strength was incomparably powerful. Moreover, this time he had a terrifying sacred weapon in his hands, so he was not afraid of anyone. Die for me! He opened his mouth and spat out thousands of green poisonous arrows. These poisonous arrows carried an unparalleled poison. Even a third-level saint would die from the poison if they were infected. In the blink of an eye, the area where Lin Xian was located was shrouded in a dense mass. Lin Xian's 5 elemental laws flew out and turned into the 5 elemental mountain, enveloping him. It blocked the poisonous arrows. Useless brat, you're still too young to compete with me in the Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao of poison and the 5 elemental laws kept colliding, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. Like a demon god, he attacked mercilessly. His golden palm turned into a heavenly steel, constantly striking out. It exploded in all directions, knocking away all the arrows. The difference in laws? Do you think it's possible? Do you really think you can kill me? Damn it, how could it be like this? Merciless Tyrant was stunned. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, to be able to knock away all the poisonous arrows he shot out. It was really too unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 levels between the two of them. Merciless Tyrant could crush the other party with just his cultivation and the Tao of heaven and earth. But the other party was actually able to withstand it. It was really too strange. This brat was very strange. He must have secrets on him. He had to capture him. He rushed over. Lin Xian also fought with the other party. As they fought, he flew out of the realm. He did not want Yu Shirjie to see some of his techniques. For example, he had just obtained the Taiji art. Therefore, the two of them fought high up in the sky. Yu Shirjie watched nervously from below. At the same time, she swallowed treasures to neutralize her poison. High up in the sky, Merciless Tyrant's expression was extremely cold. Damn it, how is this possible? Who the hell are you? He roared crazily. He really could not believe it. A first heaven ant was actually able to contend with him for so long? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Go ask the king of hell. His fist bloomed with incomparable light. It was like a sun that illuminated the entire sky. He smashed it forward. The surrounding poison gas was ignited and turned to ashes. If you have no other methods, you can die now. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Kid, I originally wanted to play with you, but I don't have that much time now. I'll kill you immediately and then enjoy the beauties below. So now you can die. As he spoke, he took out a bronze pot. It looked like a teapot. It was beautifully made, but there were countless ferocious monsters on it. It was incomparably dark green. Kid, this is called the Myriad Poison Pot. It's a saint artifact. Do you think you can still contend against me? Merciless Tyrant laughed. This was his true trump card. No matter how strong the other party was, could he block a saint artifact? A saint artifact, the Myriad Poison Pot? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that he could feel the terror of a saint artifact. The poisonous gas on it gave him a deadly sense of threat. This Merciless Tyrant was very strong. No wonder he could make Yu Shirjie so miserable. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. So what if it's a saint artifact? Do you think you can kill me with a saint artifact? You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Kid, it's useless. You can't escape from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. When he saw Lin Xian's actions, Merciless Tyrant sneered. He thought that the other party was afraid, so he quickly chased after him. Soon he blocked Lin Xian's path. Run, keep running. Do you think I let you escape? Chapter 35:77. The two of them had already arrived at the outer realm. They were surrounded by the terrifying death mist, but both of them were at the edge. Kid, the death mist is right in front of you. You have no way out. Kneel down obediently, and I can give you a quick death. obediently become a vengeful soul under my myriad poison pot. The myriad poison pot in his hand emitted a dark green light, like the eyes of a monster. Well, I'll show you what I can do. At this point, Lin Xian formed a seal. He used the Tai Chi art, and the Tai Chi diagram in his body began to spin. The surrounding clouds rolled, and a chilly wind blew past. The death mist began to spread toward them. Feeling the chilly wind, Merciless Tyrant's body trembled, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He saw the death mist begin to roll, but he did not think that it was Lin Xian's doing. He thought that there was a storm inside the death mist. Therefore, he could not wait to make a move. Go to hell! The myriad poison pot lowered, shooting out beams of green light one after another. A total of 8 beams of green light fell from the sky. They carried the laws of the great Tao and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell! He believed that a 3rd heaven sage would not be able to block it. Even a 4th heaven sage would die without a doubt. Lin Xian also struck out with his palm. The surrounding death weapons were completely mobilized, and they turned into countless black torrents that swept over. In an instant, they blocked the dark green poison chi path. How is this possible? He blocked it. I don't believe it. Merciless Tyrant roared crazily. The next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air because he realized that what was blocking him was none other than the death mist. The death mist turned into 8 black vortexes that blocked his poison chi path. Is this the death mist? Damn it, is this a coincidence? Otherwise, how could this kid block it? Humph, you're just lucky, but your luck has come to an end. Lin Xian smiled. Lucky? Then I'll show you my strength. With a wave of his hand, the deathly mist churned once again, forming 2 large black hands that grabbed forward. You can control the death mist? Impossible. Merciless Tyrant screamed in fear. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What did he see? He saw the most inconceivable scene, which really made him break down. The mist of death was incomparably bizarre. No one could control it. Not even minor saints dared to enter it. They could only call it the bewilderment mist ship, or they would have to wear armor made from the chaotic earth to be able to travel carefully. But even so, they would still have a slim chance of survival. Yet now, there was actually someone capable of controlling the primal chaos mist. This was simply unheard of. Therefore, in an instant, he was scared silly. It wasn't until the 2 giant hands arrived in front of him that he screamed and came back to his senses. In an instant, he activated his chaos armor. First, he isolated himself from the deathly aura of the deathly mist. Then he placed the myriad poison pot in front of him. The myriad poison pot released countless green poisonous liquid, forming a shield in front of him. When it collided with the 2 black palms, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Merciless Tyrant was sent flying with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Ah, damn it, this is too strange. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to exchange blows with the other party anymore. This was a monster. Now his only thought was to take Yu Shirqia away and leave this place for good. Turning into a stream of light, he shuttled quickly. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Do you think you can leave? The Tai Chi incantation completely erupted. The surrounding deathly mist boiled completely, turning into countless black waves that rushed over. In an instant, the whole world was completely enveloped. No, damn it, get out of my way. Merciless Tyrant was scared out of his wits. He was completely surrounded. He could only use the chaos armor to support himself and the myriad poison pot in his hand to the extreme. In this situation, even if he encountered a 4th heaven saint, he could still escape. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, he might be able to escape with his life, but now that he was surrounded by so much deathly mist, he couldn't escape at all. He was completely surrounded, and he screamed. Even though he was wearing the chaos armor now, he couldn't survive. Even the sacred artifact couldn't save his life. The chaotic earth could resist the deathly mist, but it also depended on the quantity. Only the size of the fog ship could completely resist it. The chaos armor could only resist for a while. And now the deathly mist was actively attacking. It was different from when those people were shuttling. Its power was 10 times more terrifying. In the darkness, Lin Xian directly shattered Merciless Tyrant's armor with a punch, causing him to completely lose his resistance. The surrounding mist sucked his vitality dry, and even his soul was sucked dry. In almost the blink of an eye, Merciless Tyrant turned into human skin, then white bones. In the end, even the bones and human skin melted. Only the broken armor was still floating in the air, and of course the myriad poison pot. Lin Xian put away the armor fragments. They all contained the chaotic earth. Then he looked at the myriad poison pot. As a sacred artifact, the myriad poison pot was very intelligent. After its master died, it immediately turned into a stream of light and fled. However, it was surrounded by Lin Xian's deathly mist. In the end, he pulled it in, sucked it dry, and sealed it. Then Lin Xian threw it into the Grand Sage Tower and let the astral fire erase the soul imprint on it. In the future, he would slowly refine it. His body swayed, and he walked out of the deathly mist and descended. Below, Yu Shirchia had temporarily stopped the poison, but her expression was a little ugly. The top was completely covered by the black mist. She couldn't see clearly at all. She couldn't remember when the deathly mist had arrived. But at this moment, she saw a figure quickly descending. Who was it? She became nervous again. If it was Merciless Tyrant, then she would definitely die. When she saw the figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was Lin Xian. She asked impatiently, "Where's Merciless Tyrant?" "He's already dead." "What dead?" Yu Shirchia was shocked. She couldn't believe this result. It was simply too unbelievable. She asked, "Did you kill him? Are you sure?" "He's dead. I shattered his chaotic armor, and the deathly mist sucked his life force dry." So he was killed by the deathly mist. Yu Shirchia heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian kill Merciless Tyrant? He couldn't even defeat the other party. However, she still said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping." Lin Xian nodded. Then he asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's already under control. In a few days it will be completely removed." "What about the agreement from before?" "Don't worry about that. I said that you saved my life, and the Rain Clan will thank you greatly. I heard you say that anything is fine. Are you sure you're telling the truth?" Lin Xian suddenly smiled and looked at her. Chapter 3578. Yu Shirchia felt Lin Xian's gaze, and her face immediately turned red. Could it be that this fellow had designs on her? Thinking of this, she subconsciously took 2 steps back and then said in a low voice, "No matter if you want a cultivation method, secret manual, or heavenly treasure, I can get it for you." Lin Xian nodded again and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." But the most important thing right now was to think about how to leave this place. At the very least, how to reach the second astral realm. Seeing Lin Xian not do anything out of the ordinary, Yu Shirchia let out a sigh of relief. She said, "This is indeed a rather troublesome matter. My Rain Clan's decree is damaged, or else I wouldn't have been forced to descend here. It's extremely difficult to cross the death zone with just the 2 of us. It's simply a 9 out of 10 chance of dying." Rain Clan's decree, what was that? Lin Xian was shocked. From her tone, it seemed that as long as that thing wasn't damaged, they could leave this place. "It's a treasure of my Rain Clan, and also my most precious treasure." As she spoke, she took out a scroll. It was a simple and unadorned scroll. There were few cracks on it, indicating that it was damaged. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and He Shan was shocked. "Kid, take it out and let me see." Hearing this, Lin Xian's brows twitched. Could it be something good? He said, "Can I see it?" "Okay." Yu Shirchia handed it over. Lin Xian opened it, and found that it was an extremely ancient scroll. It wasn't big, only the size of 2 palms. There were heavenly Tao patterns carved on it. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a simple word in the middle of the decree. He didn't recognize it, but felt that it was a rune. Great Tao rune? It was too simple, just a few strokes. What was this? He was shocked, but he didn't show it. He secretly asked, "Hey Sean, do you know what this is?" This should be the word on the Tao scripture. The Rain clan wasn't ordinary. To actually be able to obtain the words on the Tao scripture. Lin Xian was shocked. Tao scripture, what was that? This was a very ancient scripture. Every word contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that it had already been lost. Only a few scattered characters were left behind in the myriad worlds. Who would have thought that the Rain clan would actually have a character in their hands? No wonder he could escape the pursuit of the bewilderment fog ship. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xian was also greatly surprised. It seemed that this item was very precious. He asked, "Black Mountain, can you repair it?" "Sure." Black Mountain took a look and said, "The damage isn't that bad. The core isn't damaged, so I can repair it." "Kid, you can negotiate with her now." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he raised his head to look at Yu Shirqia. "I can fix your decree. You can fix it." Yu Shirqia was stunned. She couldn't believe it. The decree was a very miraculous magic treasure. Although it was not a sacred artifact, it was superior to a sacred artifact. "Really? That's great." Yu Shirqia was excited. Lin Xian said, "Don't get too excited. I have a condition." "Didn't you say that you would agree to any condition since I saved you?" "That's good. You can give me the decree. This way it can be considered as repaying me for saving your life. I can also fix this decree. Next, I'll take you away and return to the second astral realm. What do you think? Give it to you." Yu Shirqia was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to want this thing. To be honest, she hesitated. This thing was very precious. Even in the Rain clan, there weren't many of them. It was also a treasure in her hands. Now, she wanted to give it to someone else. She was unwilling, but there was no other way. She had already promised the other party before, and the other party had indeed saved her life. Moreover, now that the decree was broken, it was a piece of trash in her hands. But in the other party's hands, it could be repaired. Thinking about it, Yu Shirqia decided to save her life. She nodded and said, Okay. Then you can recover here for a while. I'll repair it." Lin Xian stood up and walked into the distance. In the following days, Yu Shirqia began to recover. As for Lin Xian, he began to repair the decree with Black Mountain. After about 20 days, the decree was repaired. When Lin Xian took it, Yu Shirqia was very surprised. Then, under Lin Xian's suggestion, Yu Shirqia removed her soul imprint on it. Then, she let Lin Xian plant his soul imprint on it. Then, she told him how to use it. Lin Xian took it and cultivated for 2 days. Then he said that they could go on their way. This decree was indeed magical. Under Lin Xian's control, it was like a spirit boat. The ancient scripture characters on it flickered with light. The great Tao of heaven and earth formed rain that wrapped around them. Lin Xian felt that this rain was very magical. It could nourish all things and provide a strong vitality. No wonder the other party could travel so quickly in the fog of death. They even avoided the fog ship's pursuit. Yu Shirqia had a chaos armor on her. Lin Xian didn't have it. He didn't need to use it, but in order not to attract attention, he still got a set. This set was obtained from the middle-aged woman. After he put it on, he and Yu Shirqia set off. They left the world of death and entered the fog of death. They began their long journey through time. After about half a year, Yu Shirqia stood up and looked ahead, revealing a hint of excitement. She felt the aura of their world. "Have we arrived?" Lin Xian asked. Soon they would arrive in a month. Yu Shirjie was anxious. To be honest, this adventure was really too thrilling. Originally, she thought that if she kept a low profile, no one would be able to recognize her. Although she discovered that someone was following her in the first astral realm, she completely relaxed when she boarded the Milky Way. Who would have thought that the Milky Way would be intercepted by the demon star? What followed was a life and death escape. She was chased by Poison Hand and even betrayed by her own people. In the end, she was poisoned and narrowly escaped death. Just as she was about to fall into the hands of Poison Hand, she didn't expect to be saved by Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god. In the following days, she was also on tenterhooks, afraid that the people of the demon star would kill her. But fortunately, they finally arrived at their world. The Rain Clan's sphere of influence was very large and controlled 2 worlds. This strength far surpassed those of the families and sects in the first astral realm. After flying for another 10 days, even Lin Xian was curious. He discovered that this 2-star realm was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the first astral realm, it was unknown how much more brilliant it was, especially the use of the universe's starry sky. It was simply too exquisite. The first astral realm was dominated by its own star world. There were basically very few people in the outer realm. Even if there were, it was a battle between saints or just passing by. But it was different here. The outer realm's starry sky was completely used. All sorts of formations were set up to form a huge star field. Here, the world looked like a city. The universe was the most vast. So when they arrived nearby, Lin Xian saw that there were many people in the surrounding void of the universe. When those people saw someone flying over, they also turned their heads to look. The next moment, they exclaimed. That was the Rain Clan's decree. It was Yu Shirjie. Chapter 3579. What? The little princess of the Yu clan? Many people exclaimed. That's right. It must be her. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Everyone focused and looked over. Sure enough, they discovered that amidst the light of the endless rain, there was a charming figure. There was another person standing beside Yu Shirjie, and it was a man. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? Rumor had it that Yu Shirjie was very cold. Although her bloodline was amazing and attracted countless geniuses to pursue her. But she didn't seem to have clearly expressed who she wanted to be with. Usually, other than her own clansmen, she would rarely be alone with a strange man. This time, the 2 of them were writing the decree together and flying in the sky. Were they traveling together? Could it be that Yu Shirjie had a sweetheart? No way, who was so fast? Who got Fairy Yu's heart? Screams sounded one after another. Some people were also interested. This was going to be fun. The people who pursued Yu Shirjie were lined up to the end of the world. They didn't know how those people would react when they saw this scene. There would probably be a big storm. They didn't know who that kid was and whether he could withstand the anger of those pursuers. In the midst of everyone's discussion, the decree of the Rain Clan streaked across the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this star field to be so prosperous. After flying for about 5 days, Yu Shirjie said that it was in front. Lin Xian raised his head and saw 2 blue stars in front of him. These 2 stars were the Rain Clans. These 2 stars were called the Double Rain Star. Finally, they had arrived. Lin Xian came to the Double Rain Star and stopped first. Then he said, Fairy Yu, my promise has finally been completed. I've sent you safely. Why don't we part here? I still have some things to do. You're talking about the matter of the sacred city accepting disciples, right? No need to rush. There's still some time. Besides, we're already here. Why don't you follow me back to the clan and let me treat you well? After all, you saved my life. Besides, with the power of the Yu clan, they can help you gather some information about the sacred city. Lin Xian thought about it and then nodded. All right. Since it's like this, then I'll bother you. The 2 of them flew toward the star below. The moment they entered the dual rain planet, there were countless exclamations. "Sis, you're back. It's sis is finally back. Sis, you don't know how worried we are." Voices could be heard one after another. Yu Shiqie nodded and greeted them along the way. These were her clansmen. All of a sudden, the void shattered as four powerful figures descended from the sky. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He was secretly shocked. Little saint. That's right, the four figures that appeared were four small saints. When they arrived, they looked at Yu Shiqie. "Sis, you're finally back. How could you leave without saying a word? If something happened outside, how would we explain it? The patriarch has been looking for you. You should hurry over." Yu Shiqie had an apologetic look on her face. She said, "I'll go apologize to the old ancestor right now." The four minor saints nodded and prepared to teleport away. However, at this moment, they saw Lin Xian and frowned. Sis, who is this person?" There was a trace of sharpness in their eyes. Their house Yu's little princess had never been alone with a stranger before. This made them suspicious. "On the way back, I did encounter some danger and almost lost my life. It was this Lin Gongzi who saved me. He is my savior. My savior. I almost lost my life." The expressions of the four little saints changed instantly. What was going on? They were too shocked. Yu Shiqie said, "Don't worry, elders. I'm back. We'll talk about the details later." As she spoke, she turned to look at Lin Xian. "Lin Gongzi, I'll go see the old ancestor first. I'll have someone take care of you first. When I'm done here, I'll come see you." With that, Yu Shiqie began to give orders to her subordinates. Immediately, a few maidservants came to receive Lin Xian. Yu Shiqie and the four small saints broke through the void and teleported away. The news spread like wildfire. Yu Shiqie's return made the Rain clan completely relieved. She was the pride of their family. Nothing could happen to her. They had been in a state of panic before. They even sent people to search everywhere, but there was no trace of her. They didn't expect Yu Shiqie to go to the first astral realm. During this time, there was danger. It shocked them beyond belief. But fortunately, she came back safely in the end. This made them completely relieved. However, at the same time, they were even more curious. This time, Yu Shiqie brought a man with her. A strange man. It was really too unbelievable. Who was he? In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people. On Lin Xian's side, 3 maidservants brought him to a valley. Inside the valley, spring water gurgled, birds sang and flowers bloomed. It was a scene of immortals. Lin Xian originally thought that he would wait quietly, but he didn't expect that the peace would be broken so quickly. Many people flew over from afar and landed in the valley. Someone stepped into the void and asked condescendingly, "Kid, who are you? Why are you with the little princess?" There was a trace of coldness in their eyes. The little maidservant beside them hurriedly said, "Don't mess around. This is Lin Gongzi. The young miss ordered us to treat him well." Lin Gongzi? The surrounding people frowned. The Lin family? Was there a powerful Lin family in the second astral realm? The Lin family did, but they didn't have the qualifications to be compared to them. They thought about it and realized that there really wasn't a Lin family that could compare to their Rain clan. This made them even more curious. Who was the other party? Could it be that he wasn't a member of the family but a sect? They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, how could a stranger be qualified to stand with their Yu family's little princess? Therefore, someone continued to ask, "Kid, who are you?" In response to this answer, Lin Xian only said one sentence. "My surname is Lin. I'm a member of the Lin family." What he said was true, but the people around him were indeed stunned. Lin family, damn it, which Lin family was it? Could it be that it really was one of those lowly Lin families? Humph, they snorted coldly. If it was really that family, they didn't have the qualifications to come here. Seeing the surrounding people discussing animatedly, Lin Xian also frowned. The 3 maidservants said, You have to leave quickly. Lin Gongzi just rushed over and needs to rest. It was better not to disturb him. Even you three lowly maidservants dare to control us? The surrounding people sneered and ignored them. These were just 3 maidservants. Although they were maidservants by Yusher's side, so what? Maidservants were still maidservants. Therefore, they ignored them. Today, they had to figure out who this person was. Among them, there were not only people from the Rain clan, but also people from other families. After all, there were many suitors here. Therefore, how could they not be anxious? Chapter 3580. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He sat there unperturbed. He didn't seem to care at all. His attitude infuriated the surrounding people even more. F***CK. How dare he pretend in front of them? He really didn't know what was good for him. Someone immediately stepped forward with a cold smile. It seems that this brother is very arrogant. Since you don't want to tell us, we can only test you ourselves. Stand up and fight with me. I guarantee that I can guess your sect and clan within 3 moves. This person was very confident. After all, these people had extraordinary backgrounds and broad horizons. They couldn't be more familiar with the ultimate techniques and divine powers of the major sects and clans. Therefore, they could guess the other party's identity after a simple exchange of blows. When the others heard this, they all nodded. Indeed, they could also tell. When they saw the person who spoke, their hearts trembled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch because the man who spoke was a very powerful suitor. His status and position were very high. Previously, he had always thought that only he was worthy of Yu Shirtia. Now that a strange man had suddenly appeared, how could he not be angry? It was Brother Zhan. Ha! It seemed that Zhan Yunfei couldn't wait any longer. But that was good. Zhan Yunfei was powerful. With his help, they could quickly figure out the other party's identity. The others also nodded. Zhan Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. A shocking murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Just as the surrounding people had said, his identity was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his talent and strength were very dazzling. In his opinion, only he was worthy of Yu Shirtia. Who was the other party? He was just an ant who didn't know what was good for him. Kid, let me see what capabilities you have to be able to stand beside Fairy Rain. Zhan Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. With a wave of his arm, a ray of light flew out. This was just a casual attack, but its power was incomparably terrifying. Terrifying Dao inscriptions appeared on the light. With terrifying power, it slashed forward. As soon as he attacked, the surrounding people cried out in alarm. In the valley, the 3 little handmaidens were also stunned. They didn't expect Zhan Yunfei to dare attack. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't stop him. The power of this move could instantly kill them, so they could only retreat in fear. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this guy? How could he attack just because he said so? No matter what, he had saved Yu Shirtia. He was an honored guest of the Rain clan. These people from the Rain clan casually attacked him. Furthermore, when they attacked, it was such a bitingly cold killing move. A trace of anger arose in his heart. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he moved horizontally across the void and dodged the attack. Boom! The space he was originally in shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared. He dodged it. Many people cried out in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to dodge it so easily. However, some people were smiling coldly. How was that possible? That was Zhan Yunfei. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue light with the Dao pattern flew up again. It drew a strange arc in the air and charged directly at Lin Xian. This time his target was Lin Xian's neck. Heavenly Cloud, Indestructible Slash. This was Zhan Yunfei's specialty. Once it was used, it wouldn't stop until it was stained with the enemy's blood. This Zhan Yunfei was actually so heavy-handed. It was nothing. this was just a casual attack. If that brat was killed, it could only be said that his strength was too weak and his skill was inferior. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack him after missing his first attack. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon? He just came to the Rain Clan and didn't want to show off too much. After all, he was a guest. However, now that someone had repeatedly threatened his life, the situation was different. With a cold snort, this time, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, a trace of golden light circulated around his body. He stretched out his palm and gently waved it in front of him. This brat wanted to resist the heavenly cloud indestructible slash? What an idiot. What was Brother Jean's strength? He was definitely going to die. Under the mocking gaze of the crowd, Lin Xian activated stellar transposition. Originally, the crowd thought that there would be an intense collision. However, they discovered that when Lin Xian waved his palm, the blue light blade strangely turned in an arc. It attacked Zhang Yunfei from an inconceivable angle. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of divine ability was this? They had never seen it before. Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He instantly formed a seal with his palm, and the light blade disappeared into the void. His gaze was a little uncertain. Obviously, he did not expect this to happen. The surrounding people were discussing, spiritedly, what kind of divine ability was that? Did you know? Never heard of it. How did he change the direction of the attack? This brat was a bit strange. Quickly, look at his cultivation. Someone was shocked. Whoosh! The crowd checked one after another and was stunned. A first heaven sage. How is this possible? A person at the first celestial layer was not considered a genius here. After all, there were too many heaven stage cultivators in the second astral realm. For example, Zhang Yunfei was a third heaven sage. There were also a few third heaven sages around him. A first heaven sage was nothing in front of them. Was such a person qualified to stand beside you, Shurtia? What kind of joke was this? Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. A first heaven ant? He had thought that it was some expert. He didn't expect it to be a piece of trash. Humph. Is a piece of trash like you worthy to stand beside Feiyu? I advise you to get out of here obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up very badly. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned and looked at the other party. It was a very handsome man with outstanding features. However, his expression was very arrogant. He also smiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? You're courting death. Zhang Yunfei roared angrily. The others were also going crazy. What was the other party saying? How dare he scold Zhang Yunfei? Did he want to die? Who was Zhang Yunfei? A first heaven stage, and dared to talk to him like that? However, Lin Xian didn't care. He said faintly, let me ask you, are you from House Yu? I'm not. Zhang Yunfei snorted. Lin Xian smiled. Since you're not, then what right do you have to criticize me in House Yu's territory? Do you know who I am? Do you know my relationship with House Yu? You didn't know anything, and you attacked me so impatiently. I can only say that you're a brainless idiot. Everyone spat. This kid really dared to talk back to Zhang Yunfei? What an eye-opener. Zhang Yunfei was trembling with anger. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Moreover, the other party was just a first heaven ant. He was so angry that he laughed. Then let me see who you are. With that, a blue light blade appeared in his hand. The terrifying Dao patterns on it kept surging. Wung wung wung. His fingers moved, and two light blades flew out. One left and one right. It was even more terrifying than before. Chapter 3581. Lin Xian sneered. Since the other party didn't know what was good for him, then he shouldn't blame him. He drew circles with his hands and executed stellar transposition, causing the two light blades to fly backward again. At the same time, he also unleashed a terrifying light. The five-colored light formed a five-elements mountain that descended from the sky. It pressed down on the other party. The void collapsed, and the terrifying power made people look up. The three maids were already scared out of their wits. They didn't expect that both parties would really fight. "Stop it!" They screamed and tried to stop it, but their voices were drowned out by the terrifying thunder. Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Lin Xian's counterattack to be so fierce. In an instant, danger came to Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei sneered. This kind of danger was nothing to him. He waved his hand and controlled his two light blades. He was even more disdainful of the 5 elements mountain above his head. Boom! A terrifying power of the laws surged, trying to shatter the 5 elements mountain. However, as soon as he moved, the 5 elements mountain above his head suddenly exploded. The terrifying power of the 5 elements turned into a storm and shrouded the area. Not good. This kid dares to play dirty. Everyone screamed and quickly left. Zhang Yunfei also let out a roar. Countless cracks appeared and devoured the power of the 5 elements. Zhang Yunfei walked out. His expression was extremely gloomy. Although the previous attack didn't injure him, it made him look extremely miserable. It didn't match his usual handsome image at all. Damn kid, how dare he play dirty? He was so angry that his body trembled, and he stared at Lin Xian. Do you want to die? You've attacked twice, but you didn't gain any advantage. Instead, you suffered losses. I really wonder how much of your cultivation base of the 3rd celestial layer is fake. Lin Xian shook his head. He originally thought that the genius of the 2nd astral realm was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just SOO. Was he looking down on Zhang Yunfei? The surrounding people went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's face was extremely cold. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. I was just playing with you before. But since you dare to say such things, you're definitely going to die. Next, I will show you my true strength. Endless radiance appeared on his body as the great Tao of heaven and earth surged before him. Behind him, a vision of heaven and earth formed, and a terrifying aura surged into the vast wilderness. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It seemed like Zhang Yunfei was really angry. Was he going to use his full strength to kill his opponent? That kid was dead for sure. That was because no matter how much an ant of the 1st celestial layer tried to escape, he would never be able to escape from Zhang Yunfei's palm. Moreover, he was the one who was courting death. His strength wasn't enough, yet he dared to have designs on Yu Shirjie. Wasn't he tired of living? Oh, did he use his power? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the terrifying power of heaven and earth around him. He had to admit that this guy had some strength, but that was all. Plus, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, he saved Yu Shirjie, and as an honored guest of House Yu, he should be treated with the utmost respect. Such a world-shaking law of heaven and earth should have long alarmed the experts of the Rain Clan. Furthermore, in the surroundings, there were many Rain Clan's martial artists that were watching. Yet, no one came out to stop him. This was too strange. This didn't seem like an honored guest at all. Instead, it seemed like they were trying to intimidate him. Rain Clan, don't disappoint me. He snorted coldly in his heart. He knew he had to make a move now to intimidate the people here. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura appeared. The Taiji diagram in his body circulated, and the power of yin and yang rotated around him. He crossed his arms, and a mysterious aura filled the air. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, everyone's hearts tensed. At the same time, Yu Shirjie was following 4 little saints into a palace on Planet Twin Rains, a place filled with immortals. The palace was very strange. It floated above a lake. The lake was very large and very blue. It was like a piece of sapphire. Yu Shirjie walked on it, causing countless ripples. Inside the palace, there was an old man in a water-blue robe. His eyes flickered, and stars flickered as if they could pierce through the void and look at the other side of the palace. In front of him stood Yu Shirjie. The 4 little saints were waiting outside. Yu Shirjie looked at the old man in front of her, feeling nervous. This was their patriarch, as well as their old ancestor. After a while, the old ancestor retracted his gaze. The young man you brought is not simple. Where did he come from? He came from the first astral realm, and came here on the bewilderment ship. Yu Shirchia recounted her experience in detail. Yu Shirchia didn't know much about Lin Xian's identity. She only knew that he was called Lin Xian, and that he had the nickname of Invincible Lin. He was very famous in the first astral tribulation. He was a peak genius. Invincible? The old man laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. A first-level celestial realm, and dared to call himself invincible? Even House you didn't dare. So he came from the first astral tribulation. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he was only at the second astral realm. He would soon despair. Every single one of the geniuses here could surpass him. Old ancestor, don't underestimate him. He's very powerful. Many people in the first astral realm are afraid of him. Yu Shirchia said. You said it yourself. It's just the first astral realm. Compared to here, it's too weak. The old ancestor shook his head and suddenly looked at Yu Shirchia. You seem to think highly of him. Could it be that you've fallen for him? Yu Shirchia blushed and lowered her head. Old ancestor, don't make fun of me. Seeing Yu Shirchia's shy appearance, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, but it disappeared in an instant. He said calmly. He couldn't tell that this brat was quite astute. Even you were tricked by him. Yu Shirchia looked up. Old ancestor, what do you mean by that? The old ancestor said faintly. You're so arrogant. There are so many geniuses in the second star boundary who are pursuing you, but none of them can catch your eye. Now, you've actually developed feelings for a first-level celestial. Don't you think it's strange? Lin Gongzi saved me. Of course, I'm grateful to him. Yes, he saved you. The old man laughed coldly. You said it yourself. In the world of death, there were only the two of you. Back then, you were poisoned. He saved you, but he didn't fall for you. He even deliberately kept a distance from you. Do you think he's very gentlemanly? Plus, he saved your life, which made you happy. Do you think he's the gentlemanly one? You've been tricked by him. This was all set up by this kid. What? That's impossible. Yu Shirchia was shocked. She never thought of this. Chapter 3582. The old man continued. Moreover, what you said is very suspicious. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the first layer of heaven. Do you think he can defeat Poison Hand from Demon Island? But why was it that when the two of them reached the ninth heaven, only that kid returned? Where's Poison Hand? Is he really dead? Did you see his body? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yu Shirchia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I was very weak at the time, and there was the fog of death. I couldn't see clearly. Isn't that the end of it? You couldn't see clearly, so you believed what he said. But what if he's in cahoots with Poison Hand? It can't be, it can't be, Yu Shirchia exclaimed. However, the old man sneered. How can it not be? You're too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be. Think about it. That kid is only at the first layer of heaven. How can he defeat Poison Hand, who is at the third layer of heaven? It's simply impossible. Yu Shirchia was silent. She couldn't understand this matter either. Now that her ancestor said this, it made her suspicious. Could it be that the other party had approached her with a motive to steal her heart? If that was the case, then the other party's intentions were too evil. Sister, don't be so naive. That kid definitely doesn't have good intentions. At this moment, another voice was heard. A very handsome man walked in. He looked even younger than Yu Shirchia. Yu Shirchia turned her head and said in surprise, Brother, you're here too. Sister, I've heard about what you just said. This is clearly a trap. Don't be fooled by them. That kid definitely covets your identity and bloodline. Otherwise, how can you explain how he could defeat Poison Hand? Even if Poison Hand was killed by the fog of death, Why would that kid appear in front of you? You were able to leave the fog ship because of the chaotic Earth, but that kid didn't. How did he escape the pursuit of the demon planet? Have you thought of this? Yu Shichia's body shook. That's right. She really hadn't thought of this. How did the other party escape? Could it be that he really knew someone from the demon planet and colluded with them? Thinking of this, her heart gradually turned cold. She had been tricked. Seeing this, the old man smiled. He knew that Yu Shichia believed them. He looked at the young man again. The young man said, "What an audacious fellow. He actually dares to have designs on my sister. I will definitely not let him off." Indeed, such people were very dangerous. The old man shook his head. Yu Shichia came back to her senses. Was she going to attack him? However, he did save my life. If we attack him, won't we be biting the hand that feeds us? Don't worry. House Yu is magnanimous. We won't lower ourselves to his level. But for your safety, he can't stay here any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. Don't come into contact with him in the future. With that, he glanced at the youth once more. It was Qianya who had sent him away. Since he saved your sister, we will give him the corresponding benefits. But that's all. Do you understand? Don't worry, ancestor, I understand. Qianya nodded and prepared to leave. Yu Shichia said, I'll go with you. She was still worried. However, she had already believed the words of the ancestor and her younger brother from the bottom of her heart. All right, then we'll go together. Qianya nodded, and the two walked out side by side. When they arrived at the valley, they saw that the laws of heaven and earth filled the valley. Lin Xian and Zhang Yunfei were about to attack. Seeing this, Qianya's lips curled up in disdain. A piece of trash dared to attack Zhang Yunfei. Yu Shichia on the side shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this, the people in the valley all turned to look. In the next moment, they all cried out in surprise. Yu Shichia had come. Greetings, young master. Greetings, sister. Zhang Yunfei also retracted the laws of heaven and earth. So it was Fairy Rain and young Master Qianya. Lin Xian also retracted his aura and looked into the distance. He saw a young man beside Yu Shichia. That young man was very cold and seemed to be a young master of the Rain clan. Moreover, his relationship with Yu Shichia was not ordinary. Brat, for Fairy Rain's sake, I won't attack you today. However, if I see you again, don't blame me for being impolite. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. He really did not put the other in his eyes. The others looked at each other. They did not expect the two to stop at the most crucial moment. It was really disappointing. However, at this time Qianya spoke. He went to the valley below and looked at Lin Xian. You're the one who sent my sister back? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. It really is you. Qianya waved his hand, and a servant beside him walked over. He handed over a storage ring. Qianya pointed at the storage ring. Thank you for sending my sister back. My Yu clan is very grateful. Here are 50,000 kilograms of divine crystals and 10 bottles of pills. Hurry up and leave after you take the things. Once these words were said, the crowd began to discuss. Lin Xian frowned, looking at the other's attitude. It seemed that he was not very friendly. Moreover, he wanted to thank him with this little thing. To be honest, Lin Xian did not believe it. One had to know that the entrance ticket for the fog ship was 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals. Now, the other party only gave 50,000? Too insincere. What was going on? He was not too sure, but he said that he did not need these things. He really did not need these things because his deal with Yu Shichia had been completed. That was the Rain clan's decree. However, this thing was not in his hands now, because when he came, 4 minor saints suddenly appeared, which surprised Lin Xian. When the 4 minor saints left, not only did they take Yu Shichia away, they also took the decree with them. Therefore, Lin Xian now saw that the other party's attitude was not right. He only wanted to take back the decree. As for the things that the other party gave, to be honest, it really made him a little disappointed. Those things were really pitifully little. Hearing that Lin Xian did not want it, the surrounding people were stunned. Yu Qinya's face darkened. What? Lin Gongzi did not like these things? Or did he have other motives? There was a trace of coldness in this voice. It was obvious that the other party was warning him. The others were also discussing. This kid did not know what was good for him, right? He actually dared to reject young Master Qinya's things? That's right. Who did he think he was? The Yu clan gave him face by giving him something. He actually dared to reject it. He really did not know what was good for him. I feel that he must have some ulterior motives. He must be having designs on fairy rain. With just him, a toad wants to eat swan meat. A series of mocking voices could be heard. Chapter 3583. Yu Qinya put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Kid, I know what you're thinking. But now I can tell you clearly. There's no such thing. Recognize your own identity. I hope you don't make a mistake." Lin Xian's face also darkened. There was a trace of impatience in his heart. It seemed that the Rain clan's attitude was very unfriendly. Previously, when he fought with that person, the Rain clan didn't come out. This made him a little angry. However, he didn't say much. Now, a young master of the Rain clan warned him in front of everyone. The meaning was different. The young master of the Rain clan definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. Perhaps he represented the will of the Rain clan. The Rain clan was warning him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't pay attention to Yu Qinya. Instead, he looked at Yu Shirjie and asked in a deep voice, "Then what do you think?" Being questioned by Lin Xian, Yu Shirjie became nervous. However, when she thought of the words of her old ancestor, her heart also became cold. She said, coldly, "I thank Lin Gongzi for escorting me back. However, after all, our identities are different. I hope that Lin Gongzi can take these things and leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the surrounding people all sneered. They knew that Yu Shirjie was drawing a clear line between them. After Lin Xian heard this, he was stunned. Then he laughed loudly. His heart gradually became cold. "Very good. Your words let me see a person clearly. Since it's like this, we have nothing to say. It's best if there's nothing to say. Lin Gongzi, please." Yu Qinya's voice was cold. Lin Xian said, "I can leave. However, return the things to me first." Things? What things? Everyone was stunned. Yu Shirjie's face changed. Lin Xian continued, "Yu Xianzi, we agreed before. I will save your life and escort you back to your clan. You will give me the decree of the Rain clan. You didn't forget this, right?" What? There was actually such a thing. Everyone was in an uproar. Even Yu Qinya was stunned. He didn't know about this. Yu Shirjie's face changed. "What? You don't want to give it to me? Or are you going back on your words?" "Humph!" Yu Qinya roared in anger. "Damn it, little brat, you really are scheming something. You actually dare to covet my decree." The others also had murderous looks in their eyes. Lin Xian laughed. "Me, coveting your clan's decree? What a joke. Ask Yu Shirjie what the situation was like back then. Back then, the deal was made willingly by both sides. Did I ever force her? Moreover, the decree from back then was already damaged. If I didn't repair it, it would be a piece of trash. It was completely useless. I was the one who repaired the decree, and then escorted your Rain clan's princess back. I hope you can understand this point clearly. Damn it, how is this possible? You think you can make decrees? That's right, you must have used despicable means to coerce Fairy Rain." Screams and roars rang out one after another. They really couldn't believe it. Yu Qinya's face was even more gloomy. He couldn't wait to kill this brat in front of him. Yu Shirjie didn't say a word. Lin Xian didn't care about the threats around him. He stared at Yu Shirjie. "What? Can't say anything? Or do you feel guilty?" Nomological laws pulsed in his hand. "Do you want me to use an array to recreate the scene back then?" "No need. Yu Shirchia sighed. I did say that, so I will give you the decree. At this point, she waved her hand, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Even Yu Qinya was stunned. Sister, you can't do that. This is our clan's treasure. Brother, don't say any more. I did promise him this. Yu Shirchia, am a woman of my word. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian again. I've already given you the thing. Hurry up and leave. After saying that, she turned and left. Lin Xian took the decree and said coldly, I escorted you back. You gave me the decree. This is right and proper. From now on, we are even. We don't owe each other anything. Yu Shirchia's body trembled, but in the end, she didn't look back. She directly walked into the distance and disappeared. The Rain Clan's martial artists were murderous as they stared at Lin Xian. Yu Qianya's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Lin Xian turned and said, What? Is this how you treat your savior? Let him go. Yu Qianya shouted coldly. Immediately, the crowd parted to form a path. Lin Xian strode away. After Lin Xian left, the surrounding people said, Young master, are you letting him leave just like that? That's right. This kid is too despicable. He actually dares to have ideas about our decree. Who does he think he is? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Don't worry. I know what to do. My Rain Clan's decree isn't so easy to take away. Yu Qianya's eyes carried a hint of biting, cold-killing intent. He looked at Zhang Yunfei and the rest and said indifferently, Don't know what trick this kid used to deceive my elder sister and snatch the decree. That thing is my elder sister's favorite treasure. If anyone can help me get it back, you'll definitely win my elder sister's heart. When these words came out, Zhang Yunfei and the rest's eyes also bloomed with light. Haha, young Master Qianya, don't worry. We'll help you with this small matter. As they spoke, several figures quickly tore through the void. It looked like they wanted to secretly get rid of Lin Xian and take back the decree. Looking at the cracked void, Yu Qianya laughed coldly. Going against my Rain Clan, you really don't know life from death. On the other side, after Lin Xian got the scroll, he made a few seals and completely erased the aura on it. Then he quickly threw a shield. His mood was somewhat gloomy. Originally, he thought that Yu Shirchia would entertain him well and then ask about the holy city's information. He didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen. Don't know what this Yu Shirchia heard. Her attitude from before and after actually changed so quickly. Shaking his head, he ignored it. Originally, he didn't plan on borrowing the Rain Clan's power too much. Saving Yu Shirchia was also a casual action. Since the other party's attitude wasn't good, then he would just ignore it. His goal in coming to the second astral realm was to join the holy city. Thinking about it, such a major matter, casually asking around should be able to find out. Amen? Suddenly, Lin Xian's brows furrowed. They actually still chased over. He felt that there were several auras behind him, faintly discernible, locking onto him. People from the Rain Clan? Really sinister, actually wanting to kill him. Thinking up to here, he increased his speed, instantly tearing apart the gale wind, arriving in the outer realm. Those few figures behind also increased their speed. They thought that Lin Xian was going to escape, but after arriving in the outer realm, they were stunned. Chapter 3584. They realized that Lin Xian didn't run away at all. Instead, he stood in the starry sky outside the realm waiting for them. Buzz! 3 silhouettes appeared behind him. They sneered as they surrounded Lin Xian. This scene astonished the martialists and sages from the outer world. What's going on? Is there a battle? Who is this person? Why is he being attacked by 3 people? He must have caused some big trouble. Discussion sounded. They realized that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. However, when they saw the other people, they were extremely surprised. That was Zhang Yunfei. What, Zhang Yunfei? That's impossible. The young master of the Zhang family, a top genius? Why is he chasing after someone? Could it be that the enemy is very powerful? Sounds of discussion could be heard. When they saw the two people beside Zhang Yunfei, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Those two people were also the young masters of large families, top geniuses. 3 top geniuses working together. Who is the enemy? Was he an extremely terrifying veteran expert? They looked carefully, but soon they were dumbfounded. A first heaven saint? How is that possible? What's going on? 3 young masters, top geniuses, working together to kill a first heaven saint? It's too unbelievable. These people were all stunned. Kid, do you think you can run? Zhang Yunfei sneered. Hand over the things obediently. Then kneel down and accept your death. Threaten me? You think you can? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't care at all. What a reckless idiot. Where do you think you are? This is the 2nd astral plane. You're just a kid from the 1st astral realm. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You might be very powerful in the 1st astral realm, but here you can only crawl under our feet. One of the young masters walked out and said coldly. The other person also had a look of disdain in his eyes. They emitted a terrifying power of heaven and earth, forming a sacred domain that enveloped this part of the world. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He didn't make a move either. Instead, he said loudly, "Why? Did the Rain clan send you? Was the Rain clan going to repay kindness with enmity?" A dignified, top-notch clan actually treated their benefactor in such a manner. It was truly shameful. This voice was like thunder, clearly passing through the sacred region and spreading in all directions. What was going on? When the surrounding sages heard this, they were stunned as well. The benefactor of the Rain clan? Biting the hand that feeds him? What was going on? This brat looked a little familiar. Some people were puzzled. Suddenly, someone screamed. "That's right, I saw him before. He was standing on the decree with Yu Shirjie. Was it someone close to Yu Shirjie? What was going on? He had heard that Yu Shirjie had returned from the 1st astral plane. During this period, he was even hunted down. She heard that there was an expert who sent her back. Could it be this brat? No way. If that was the case, then he really was House Yu's benefactor. Why did the Rain clan attack him? Was he really biting the hand that fed him? If he really did that, wouldn't it be too chilling? Discussions sounded one after another. Although the Rain clan was powerful, they still couldn't do such a shameless thing. Damned brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yunfei and the others roared. They came to curry favor with Yu Shirjie, not to ruin the Rain clan's reputation. If the Rain clan's reputation was ruined, then Yu Shirjie would definitely not let the 3 of them go. That was why the 3 of them roared in exasperation. "I'll definitely shut your mouth." Nonsense, don't be fooled by him. This brat had evil intentions. He got close to Yu Shirjie and didn't have good intentions. Didn't have good intentions? Humph, Lin Xian sneered. Which eye of yours saw that I didn't have good intentions? I had just entered the Rain clan and was already treated coldly. Now that I took the initiative to leave, the Rain clan actually didn't let me go. Did they want to completely exterminate me? Nonsense. Those people were about to vomit blood from anger. Lin Xian sneered. "You dogs of the Rain clan, if you want to fight, then come. I'm not afraid of you." Dogs of the Rain clan. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. These young masters, were they really going to become the dogs of the Rain clan? Zhang Yunfei and the others were mad with anger. "Brat, you actually dared to insult us. It seemed like you really didn't want to live anymore." The killing intent on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. "What? Did I say something wrong? You work for the Rain clan. Could it be that you're not dogs of the Rain clan? Or do you think you can obtain Yu Shirjie's heart like this?" Truly laughable. The surrounding people also understood. It seemed that this youth in front of them had actually gotten into a conflict with the Rain Clan for some unknown reason. And Zhang Yunfei and the others, in order to pursue Yu Shijie, would definitely make a move against this youth. Only they didn't expect that this youth would be able to see the crux of the problem with a single stab of blood. However, there were also people who sneered. This brat's mind was clear, but his strength was too weak. That's right, a first-layer saint, no matter how powerful he was, would not be able to escape from the hands of Zhang Yunfei and the others. In the end, this was a world where strength was respected. Sure enough, a young master sneered. In the end, you can only rely on your mouth. Very soon you'll go to hell. Ha! Lin Xian laughed loudly. Come, do as you wish. You dogs will kill for the Rain Clan. Kill me, and I'll see who dares to cooperate with the Rain Clan in the future. The Rain Clan even killed their savior, let alone other people. When these words came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. As for the three young masters, they were all so angry that they vomited blood, especially Zhang Yunfei, whose face was incomparably gloomy. Damn, this brat was actually so eloquent. Brother Zhang, let's go together and kill him. Shut up! Zhang Yunfei roared angrily, looking at his two companions beside him. He was so angry that he vomited blood. These two were really pig-like teammates. Don't act blindly without thinking. This matter was probably not going to be easy to handle. Indeed, if they had concealed their identities and secretly assassinated the other party, then it wouldn't have been a big deal even if the other party died. But now, the other party had revealed the cause and effect. How could they make a move? If they really killed the other party, then the Rain Clan would completely bear the reputation of biting the hand that fed them. This way, they would definitely be affected by other things. Although these great powers could cover the sky with one hand, they looked down on everything, but they still wanted face. If this matter was spread out, the Rain Clan's reputation in the second astral realm would be completely destroyed. To a great family, reputation was more important than anything else. If they dared to ruin the Rain Clan's reputation, the Rain Clan would definitely fight them to the death. This was different from their original intention. Therefore, for a moment, the three of them were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. What's wrong? You don't dare to make a move? Is it because you have a conscience and want to turn over a new leaf? Or is it because the three of you feel that you're not my opponent? Don't worry, if you want to make a move, I'll only use one hand. Lin Xian sneered. He had an indifferent expression. Damn, brat, don't be so arrogant. If you have the ability, then let's have a fair fight. Chapter 3585. A fair fight? Lin Xian glanced at him. Fine, suppress your cultivation to the first level and we'll have a fair fight. If I can't torture you to death, my surname isn't Lin. That person was so angry that he couldn't speak. Suppressing his cultivation to fight with the other party? His brain was flooded with water. But he kept saying that it would be a fair fight. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? What? You don't dare to make a move. Since you don't have the ability, don't use the name of fairness. Otherwise, you'll be the one slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The surrounding people were incomparably shocked. Who was this kid? He was too sharp-tongued. That's right. Originally, being besieged by three great experts was a sure-death situation. But he actually resolved the danger with just his mouth. What a genius. These people were all stunned. Zhang Yunfei and the other two's faces darkened. Embarrassing. It was really too embarrassing. Now, they wanted nothing more than to find a place to hide. They were originally full of confidence, thinking that killing the other party and taking back the decree would win Yu Shijie's heart. Who would have thought that this matter would turn out to be a hot potato? Not only did they not kill anyone, but they were ridiculed instead. They were probably embarrassed to the core. Damn it, this kid. The three were so angry that their bodies trembled. All of them were actually here. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Everyone turned to look. Flowing light flickered in the distance. A few huge demon beasts were pulling a chariot, passing by quickly. Several figures stood on the chariot. They were all beautiful maids. Standing at the front was a handsome man. That person was Yu Qinya, the young master of the Yu family. Everyone exclaimed. Zhang Yunfei and the other two also turned to look. They were also stunned. Young Master Qinya, why are you here? Only Lin Xian sneered. He had the heavenly secret divine eye and had long discovered that the other party was hiding nearby. It seemed that he wanted to see if he was killed or not. Now that he saw that the situation was not right, he walked out. Indeed, although Yu Qinya had a smile on his face, he was extremely angry inside. Damn it, this Zhang Yunfei, didn't they say he was an expert? Why did he look like trash now? He was about to go mad with anger. He didn't think that Zhang Yunfei and the others would not only fail, but also cause House Yu's reputation to be in danger. If he couldn't explain it well, then his Rain clan's reputation would be completely ruined. Who would dare to work with them in the future? Therefore, at this time he could only come out to smooth things over. At least he could resolve this crisis. Isn't that Lin Gongzi? Brother Zhan, are you guys chatting with Lin Gongzi? Zhang Yunfei was stunned at first, then they laughed and said, That's right, we were indeed discussing martial arts with Lin Gongzi. Initially, Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian had wanted to work together and spar with one another to resolve some problems in their cultivation. Who could have known that they would end up causing such a misunderstanding? Discuss martial arts and Tao? The corners of the mouths of the surrounding people twitched. *CK he was lying through his teeth. But who asked him to be so powerful? The surrounding people didn't dare to say anything. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. You want to discuss martial arts with me? Why don't I know? Why do I feel that the three of you want to assassinate me? Zhang Yunfei and the other two's faces changed. Then they laughed awkwardly. Lin Gongzi, you're overthinking. Why would we assassinate you? That's right, we were just chatting with you. Maybe the way we talked was wrong, which caused you to misunderstand. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine to explain it clearly. Brother Zhan, send Lin Gongzi properly. After all, he's our Rain clan's guest. As Yu Qinya spoke, he gave a meaningful glance to the others. Zhang Yunfei expressed that he understood. Then he laughed and said, Lin Gongzi, you just came to the second astral realm, so you're definitely not familiar with the situation here. Why don't the three of us send you off? Yeah, where do you want to go? We'll personally escort you. The other two young masters also laughed, but in their eyes there was a hint of coldness. They knew that it was impossible to make a move here. They couldn't make a move under the eyes of everyone. But if they brought Lin Xian to another place, the cold universe was very vast. There would always be a place without people. Once there, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's face sank, and there was a trace of monstrous anger in his eyes. What a Rain clan, they really didn't give up. After failing to kill him, they actually wanted to make a move on him. Previously, he understood the other party's gaze with a glance. He sneered. Still want to make a move? Your Rain clan, do you really want to kill me? I don't know how I offended your Yu clan. Lin Gongzi misunderstood. We already said that it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, right? 3/3 celestial layers teamed up to discuss martial arts with me. I don't know what you have to discuss with me. Your assassination failed, so you want to find an excuse to lure me to another place. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Or that you're all idiots? What do you mean? Are you doubting me? How can I make a move on you? Yu Qinya's face also fell. He already gave the other party enough face and did not shed all pretense of cordiality in public. But the other party actually still dared to question him. What kind of identity did he have? Was it something an ant could question? Between heaven and earth, the atmosphere instantly froze. The surrounding people did not even dare to breathe loudly, but Lin Xian did not care at all. What? You want to kill me, but I can't even question? The Rain clan was really insolent, so arrogant. No wonder you all dared to do this. In the first star realm, I met your sister. Your sister was chased by the fiend planet's people along the way and was saved by me. I repaired your damaged decree and sent her back to your Rain clan safely along the way. But what did your Rain clan do? Just give me 50,000 caddies of divine crystals? Really extravagant. What? You Shurtia was chased by the fiend planet's people. The Rain clan's decree was once damaged. Just gave the other party 50,000. If the matter was true, then this Rain clan was really too trashy. One had to know this was a life-saving grace, and the one saved was even you Shurtia. Even giving 5 million caddies was not excessive, but the other party actually only gave 50,000. This was simply stingy to the max. Shut up for me, Yu Qinya shouted angrily, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone's scalps went numb. Heaven and earth regained peace once again. What embarrassed? Flying into a rage out of humiliation? You also feel that giving 50,000 caddies is too little? Then why are you still so arrogant? Do you think that because I came from the first star realm, my strength is weak and I'm easy to bully? Or is it that you feel that your sister's life is only worth 50,000 divine crystals? Yu Qinya was angered until his entire body trembled. But very soon he calmed down. His eyes blossomed with a strange light as he said in a clear voice, "A bunch of nonsense. My Rain clan clearly gave the decree as a reward. That's our clan's supreme treasure. It's just that you're insatiably greedy. Not only do you covet the treasure, you even have ideas about my sister. That's why I chased you out. But you? Not only are you not grateful, you actually slandered our Rain clan. Do you really think that our Rain clan is easy to bully?" Chapter 3586. When these words came out, everyone was speechless again. Why was this version different from what the other party said? Yes, which of these two people was speaking the truth? Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Yunfei and the other's eyes lit up. As expected of the Rain clan's young master, he was smart enough. In a few short sentences, the situation changed. They hurriedly said, "Yes, kid, you're too arrogant. We gave you many treasures, and even gave you the Rain clan's decree. How big of a favor is this? But you actually dared to have ideas about the Rain clan's little sister. Do you have the qualifications? The one who forgets favors and violates justice is you. You actually dare to frame the Rain clan. What crime do you deserve? The Rain clan is magnanimous and doesn't want to kill you, but you actually don't know the difference between life and death." Voices quickly came one after another. Gradually, the people around him began to believe him. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Could it be that this kid was the main culprit? Yes, perhaps he really was too greedy. The Rain clan was indeed merciful. Seeing the changes in the surrounding public opinion, Yu Qinya stood high above with a smile on his face. "Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." Ha ha ha. Facing countless doubts, Lin Xian faced the sky and laughed. What a good method, worthy of being the Rain clan's young master. You've indeed inherited your clan's despicable shamelessness. Your method of reversing black and white is much more powerful than your cultivation. You're actually pouring dirty water on me. You gave me countless treasures. May I ask where they are? You gave my Rain clan's decree? Sorry, this decree was a fair exchange between me and your sister. It's not a gift from your Rain clan. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand. Countless laws danced, forming an illusion between heaven and earth. In the illusion, what appeared was the scene of the Rain clan's valley. Among them, Lin Xian, Zhang Yunfei, Yu Qinya, and Yusiki's figures were all there. Yu Shurtia's voice came from inside. "Brother, don't say any more. I indeed promised Lin Gongzi. I gave him the decree willingly. I, Yu Shurtia, am a woman of my word." After seeing this scene, The surrounding people all burst into an uproar. Fuck! It was actually the Rain clan that willingly gave it to them. Damn it, I was almost tricked by this young master of Houseu. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the Rain clan with strange expressions. Yu Qinya's pupils also shrank. He didn't expect that the other party had actually used an array formation to record that scene. This caught him off guard. It was a slap in the face. Moreover, the other party had taken out evidence to slap them in the face. They had been slapped so hard that they couldn't retaliate at all. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Are you still giving it to me now? Where are the treasures that you gave me? Lin Xian's every word was like a slap to Yu Qinya's face, causing his face to turn green. The other party couldn't even speak. Furthermore, the illusion created by the formation was still continuing. After that, it was Yu Qinya who secretly instigated Zhang Yunfei and the others to assassinate Lin Xian. This scene was only halfway through when it was shattered by a ray of light. Yu Qinya came back to his senses. Damn it, because he was too angry just now, he almost let this scene spread. If this news were to spread, then his reputation would take a nosedive. Fortunately, at the critical moment, someone intervened. Who was it? He turned to look and saw a beautiful woman standing there. Sister, why are you here? Yu Qinya was shocked. Was Yu Shiqie here? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Yu Shiqie's expression was cold, and she didn't say a word. She really didn't expect that her brother would do such a thing. And from the looks of it, he had completely broken off with Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, this matter was my brother's own initiative. I apologize on his behalf. After that, Yu Shiqie turned and left. Yu Qinya's expression also adjusted. He snorted and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Xian said, Wait. What else do you want? Yu Qinya turned his head. His eyes seemed to be able to eat people. Lin Xian sneered. What's the matter? Since you said that you would give me a shocking treasure, then you have to keep your word. Otherwise, if you, the young master of the Yu clan, go back on your word, it won't be good for your clan's reputation. Damn brat, what did you say? Yu Qinya was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally just said it casually to frame the other party. He didn't expect that the other party actually dared to ask for it. What I said was naturally human language. Don't you understand? After all, I saved your sister, and you just agreed to give it to me. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. With your Yu clan, such a top clan, plus your young master identity, casually giving me 5 million caddies of divine crystals is nothing. Uft! Yu Qinya directly vomited blood. Zhang Yunfei and the rest also felt their scalps go numb. The others almost fainted from fright. 5 million caddies of divine crystals? This was really an astronomical figure, although in theory it should be so much. But to really give it, who would be willing to? The surrounding people also burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian really dared to ask for it. This brat, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't have the life to take it? Brat, are you sure you have the life to spend 5 million caddies of divine crystals? Yu Qinya was already warning him. It was very obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party, why not ruthlessly extort a sum? Therefore, he said that this matter didn't need young Master Yu to worry about it. What? Could it be that your clan can't even take out 5 million divine crystals? Since that's the case, what's the point of boasting? Apologize to me in public, and I can consider not taking it. Apologize in public? What a joke! Yu Qinya wouldn't do that even if he was beaten to death. He was a proud person. Moreover, the other party already had such a relationship with their Rain clan. If he apologized, the elders and experts in the clan would probably kill him. He couldn't accept it in his heart. Therefore he wanted, fine. To our Rain clan, 5 million is indeed just a drizzle. Lin Gongzi, follow me back to the clan to get it. Follow you back? No need. Since it's nothing, Why don't you carry it with you? Truly disappointing. How about this? I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. Go back and get it. If you can't get it in an incense stick's worth of time, the strength of your Rain clan will make people worry. Lin Xian said indifferently with his hands behind his back, looking at the other party who was vomiting blood. What? Still not going? You really don't want to give it? Fine. I'll give it. I'll give it. Qianye clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be resolved. Then he could only give the other party 5 million divine crystals. However, so what if he gave it to the other party? He dared to guarantee that the other party would have the life to take it, but would definitely not have the life to spend it. Young master, you really went back to get it? Heavens, this is a big matter. He had to see it with his own eyes. Not only did the surrounding people not leave, but they gathered even more. Who is this brat? He's simply a ruthless person. I reckon that his end will be very miserable. So what? At least he's famous today. Chapter 3587. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 5 elemental law transformed into a throne. Then he sat down directly. Then he took out some spirit wine from his storage ring and began to taste it. He looked very relaxed, as if he was on vacation. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. Kid, you are about to die, but you still dare to be so arrogant. This might be your last sip of wine. Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 discussed for a while and walked up directly, their bodies emitting biting, cold, killing intent. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 of them. You 3 lackeys, why didn't you leave with your master? Why are you still here? Do you want to fight with me? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I want you to die. Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 roared. Their killing intent swept through the 9 heavens, making people's scalps numb. He was also a dignified young master with an extraordinary status. How could he tolerate being humiliated consecutively at this moment? Therefore, he snorted coldly and said, Today's matter is between me and this kid. It has nothing to do with my family or the Rain clan. Today, I want to fight with him. Everyone felt their scalps numb. It seemed that Zhang Yunfei was going to attack without caring about anything. Many people sympathized with Lin Xian. He was really going to die. Attack without caring about anything? It sounded so nice, but wasn't it just shameless? Do you think you can beat me just because you are shameless? Die for me. Smoke rose from Zhang Yunfei's head, and a terrifying blue light blade swept through the 9 heavens. Heavenly cloud, indestructible, / This was an extremely terrifying great divine ability that could kill a 3rd heaven saint, causing the surrounding onlookers to change their expressions. Zhang Yunfei was really angry to use such a great technique right from the start. That was for sure. No matter how powerful this kid's mouth was, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you really think I can't beat you? Fine, I will let you experience my methods today. He stood up, and his body emitted a golden light, illuminating the entire sky. Like a peerless god of war, he strode forward with large steps. Buzz! He punched out, and it was like the sun, fiercely hitting the blue light blade. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then the blue light blade was actually split into 2 from the middle. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? It was interrupted. Impossible. What was going on with this kid's physique? How could he be so strong? Was he really just a 1st heaven saint? At this moment, everyone went crazy. How could this be? Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He couldn't believe it. What he unleashed was his ultimate divine ability, yet it was shattered by a single punch from the other party. This was simply like a dream. Why? Are you very surprised? Very surprised? Who do you think you are? You think a 3rd celestial layer can kill me? What a joke. Lin Xian suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yunfei. His golden palm slammed toward Zhang Yunfei. Boom! Countless blue Dao inscriptions appeared in front of Zhang Yunfei to block, but he was still sent flying. Next, Lin Xian basically chased after Zhang Yunfei. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Zhang Yunfei being suppressed? Could it be that this young man was already so terrifying? Was he trying to defy the heavens? Zhang Yunfei was still recalling the shock just now. His mind was a little blank. Suddenly his qi and blood rolled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly came back to his senses. How was this possible? He was being suppressed by the other party again. I don't believe it. With a roar, he activated his bloodline power, and his power skyrocketed. Instantly, a wave of air exploded, and the great Tao of heaven and earth kept rumbling. It directly forced Lin Xian back. Damn kid, you can actually break my sky cloud indestructible slash. This is really beyond my expectations. However, do you really think you can defeat me? You're too naive. Just now I was just careless. Now, I'm going to use my bloodline power. Our Zhan family's bloodline is extremely powerful. Can you resist it? Carelessness? Is this your excuse? A third heaven saint could be chased by a first heaven saint just because he was careless? No one would believe this excuse of yours. Lin Xian sneered. Zhang Yunfei's face was gloomy. Kid, I'll let you see the true power of a third heaven. I'll let you know that you'll always be an ant in front of me. You want to use your realm to suppress me? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian was disdainful. Let me tell you, I'm going to use my realm to suppress you. Not only my realm, but I'm also going to use my bloodline to suppress you. What can you do? I'll let you die in despair. Suppress me with your bloodline? Suppress me with your realm? You can actually say such shameless words in such a righteous manner. You're also a genius. But can you really suppress me? Don't you like to bully others? All right, I'll let you experience the same feeling. Black Mountain, you can come out and give him a surprise. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Boom! Black Mountain released a demonic aura, causing a terrifying aura to appear on Lin Xian's body and spread in all directions. This aura was too terrifying. It had completely surpassed a third heaven saint. Moreover, it was still rising. The surrounding people all trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? Damn it, is he a minor saint? Everyone went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's body also trembled. Impossible, what's going on? He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept retreating. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian's demonic aura soared into the sky, and his powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, you're still using your third heaven cultivation to suppress me? Do you think your bloodline is strong in front of me? He walked forward step by step. Now, do you know the feeling of being suppressed by your realm? Do you feel despair? That's right. I'll make you feel despair for the rest of your life. Lin Xian attacked fiercely, and Zhang Yunfei kept vomiting blood. Originally, Zhang Yunfei's strength was very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he could still contend with him. But now, he was completely scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's aura was beyond his expectation. It was as if he wasn't facing a young man, but a minor saint. How could he still dare to attack? In an instant, his body exploded. Many of his bones were broken, and he vomited blood. In the end, he was suppressed in the void by Lin Xian's heavenly steel. Zhang Yunfei was suppressed. Everyone went crazy. The 2 young masters who were with Zhang Yunfei were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran away. But how could the 2 of them escape? Lin Xian attacked fiercely, and the 2 young masters didn't dare to fight back. Soon his body was also blasted apart. Saint blood gushed out, and the 2 young masters lay on the ground like dead dogs. In a simple exchange of blows, Zhang Yunfei and the other 2 geniuses were completely defeated. Lin Xian's body was spotless. Once again, he sat down on the throne, picked up the spirit wine, took a sip and nodded. Good wine. But the incense stick's time is almost up. Is Yu Qinya still coming? He won't go back on his words, right? As soon as his voice fell, the few demonic beasts in the distance pulled the war chariot again. It seemed that Yu Qinya had returned. Chapter 3588. After Yu Qinya returned, he looked around at the shattered void and the sky full of blood. He was extremely shocked. When he saw the injured Zhang Yunfei and the two young masters, his pupils constricted. What's going on? What happened? Who was it that defeated them? Could it be that a peerless expert attacked them? He knew the strength of Zhang Yunfei and the other two. Moreover, the person who dared to attack Zhang Yunfei must have a terrifying status. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, what happened to you? Who injured you?" Zhang Yunfei and the other two climbed up from the ground, their bodies trembling. They looked at Lin Xian and kept vomiting blood. What? It was this kid who did it. Yu Qinya did not believe that a level 1 ant could injure Zhang Yunfei and the other two. Oh, you ask what happened. After you left, the three of them wanted to discuss martial arts with me, so I taught them personally. Who knew that they were so useless? I was already very merciful, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow. I had no choice but to end up like this. Lin Xian shrugged, as if he expected better from them. This scene made Zhang Yunfei and the other too faint from anger. They had no choice. It was too embarrassing. It was really the other party who did it. Yu Qinya was shocked. However, he did not believe that it was the other party's true strength. He guessed that something must have happened. He really had to investigate the other party carefully. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, "By the way, did you bring the item?" "Humph, I brought it." Hearing this, Yu Qinya's face darkened again. He tossed out a storage ring. Everything was inside. After saying that, he felt a little heartache. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. Even if it was him, he would not be able to take it out so easily. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul. "Let me count it carefully. If there's a piece missing, I won't let you off." As he said that, he began to count with his soul 3 times and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, 5 million caddies. Just right. I'll accept it then." After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Yu Qinya spoke again. "Lin Gongzi, what? Is there something else? Do you want to give me more treasures?" Lin Xian turned around and asked. Yu Qinya said coldly, "I just wanted to tell you that there are some people you can't offend. There are some things that couldn't be taken casually. Even if you can take it, you might not be able to live to spend it. That's all I have to say. Lin Gongzi, please do as you please." Lin Xian paid no attention to such threats, and he turned around and left. Although the Rain clan was powerful, so what? Wasn't his old enemy, the Great Devil, the successor of the Great Emperor, Yan Nantian, also a very powerful mortal enemy? The 6 great sects were terrifying, but he still did it without hesitation. This was her character. She would not yield to anyone. Therefore, even though he had just arrived at the 2nd astral boundary, he wasn't afraid of encountering the top clans. If he was afraid of this, what was the point of walking the path of a great emperor? With a flicker of his body, Lin Xian quickly left. On the other side, Yu Qinya's face was extremely gloomy. House Yu was powerful and respected by thousands of people. No one had ever dared to provoke them. He wouldn't allow anyone to provoke them. The 2nd astral boundary wouldn't allow such a powerful person to exist. Absolutely not. "Humph," he said indifferently. "That kid has 5 million gene of divine crystals and the decree of our Rain clan. These are all heaven-shaking treasures. However, our Rain clan won't take it anymore. So whoever can get it will have it. You don't have to worry about our Rain clan." With that, he turned to leave. After hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Many of their eyes lit up. Although the other party had said it vaguely, They could instantly hear that this young Master Chinya was instigating other experts to make a move. Actually, even without the other party's words, they were all thinking about this matter. The things in the other party's hands were really too precious. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. If they robbed that kid and the Rain clan took it back, they wouldn't get any benefits. But now, Yu Chinya had said in front of everyone that the Rain clan wouldn't take it anymore. In that case, they would be able to attack without any fear. Thinking of this, many figures quickly left to chase after Lin Xian. Yu Chinya sensed this scene, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Kid, I've said it before. Some things can be taken, but not spent. That decree and 5 million divine crystals will be the reward for your arrest. I think there will be many people who are willing to kill you. Many people in the surrounding went to assassinate Lin Xian. However, the majority of them failed because they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Only a few extremely powerful saints could chase after him. After flying for roughly 3 days, the first saint caught up to Lin Xian. He didn't act immediately because he had seen how terrifying Lin Xian was. At that time, Lin Xian had defeated Zhang Yunfei. However, this person who was secretly chasing after him was a veteran expert. His experience was even greater than Zhang Yunfei's. Although he had seen Lin Xian's powerful killing intent, he didn't think that it was Lin Xian's own. It was very likely that it was a method to intimidate Zhang Yunfei. Lin Xian's true strength wasn't that terrifying. This was the reason why the older generation experts were chasing after him. The old man waited for the second saint. It was a middle-aged man who was also a powerful saint. He said, "Let's work together and split the loot equally. What do you think?" The middle-aged saint nodded. The two of them soared into the sky and quickly rushed towards the distance. Lin Xian flew in front while exploring the surroundings. He wanted to ask about Wushuang's sacred city. At this time, he heard the sound of space shattering behind him. Accompanying it was a biting, cold-killing intent that couldn't be concealed. There were still people coming. Lin Xian stopped and waited for the two people. Soon he saw the two saints nearby. He said in a low voice, "Another dog of the Rain clan? Kid, don't be so arrogant. We're not from the Yu clan." "That's right. Hand over the Rain clan's decree and 5 million kilograms of divinity, and we'll spare your life." So they were here to rob him. Lin Xian was stunned. However, it made sense. This was a shocking amount of wealth. It was definitely enough to make these saints jealous. However, he was curious. Did these people not know his strength? "Just the two of you dare to rob me?" His eyes were filled with disdain. The two saints laughed. "Kid, you may be able to fool Zhang Yunfei, but you can't fool us. We're not young people. We have thousands of years of experience. Your demonic qi is strong, but it's obviously a bluff. That's why you can't scare us with your methods. Even if you're strong, so what? We're two veteran saints. It's not a problem for us to suppress you. So, hand over the loot obediently. We don't want to kill you.